A violent weekend leaves residents on edge this morning. The latest shooting that leaves 5 people dead in a span of just a few hours. More residents questioning Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan, why some say the city should revisit its plan.
Well, we're starting off cold once again this morning. We're tracking what we can expect for your week ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium as the AFC Championship game is set for this Sunday right there. The Ravens will face the Kansas City Chiefs here in Baltimore. The Ravens' first time ever in team history to host this game and their first appearance since the 2012 season. That is the year, remember, that they went on to win the Super Bowl. Now the team is looking to do the same.
It's meaningful, now we got to get to work and go win it. That's really that's the challenge.
I think that's crazy. I thought the Ravens, growing up, I was a fan. I watched them for year after year, and I was always thinking they played at home, but they've been busting tail back, especially when Ray Lewis and them played. I didn't know they played on the road or not. I was watching them, so it's crazy. I'm just glad to be here, be a part of this whole thing, man, this run, and hopefully get the win next week.
And now it's right here at home, and Ravens Nation can help in that. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us on this Monday, January 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Huge difference, Justin, from Saturday's game, those temperatures, to what we're going to see on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly right, Meg. We're going to finally get some milder conditions here this week. A lot of that snow that's been hanging around is going to be melting, especially with the rain that's on the way later this week. But it's still frigid as you step out early on your Monday morning with our temperatures in the teens and 20s right now. 14 is your temp in Cockeysville. We're at 16 in Towson, right at 20 degrees in Baltimore and over to Dundalk. So another cold morning today, sunny with a lot less wind, and those temperatures finally back above freezing. But it's going to be another frigid morning commute with temperatures in the teens through about 8 a.m. We'll eventually get back into the 20s by about 9, and we do have those highs today that will be in the above freezing category. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Sounds good. Justin, thank you. We've got the Len Solar Traffic Network now. Our system is actually reporting an overturned vehicle on 95 right near Caton Avenue. We can't see it on our cameras, and it looks like traffic is moving through that area, just a spot that we're going to keep an eye on here this morning. Otherwise, looking pretty good out there. In a city in crisis, a violent weekend in Baltimore has residents on edge after 5 people were killed in the span of a few hours. This was on Friday night. Just after 8 p.m., 3 people were killed in a quadruple shooting in Northwest Baltimore. Then 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay. One of those victims, a 60-year-old grandmother.
Just people, they have no regard for human life. And it don't matter what you do or what's going on. You could just be walking down the street and just be at the wrong place at the wrong time and lose your life.
In just a few minutes, we're going to have Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning on the victims' family members, sharing their frustration with Baltimore's unrelenting violence. Continuing coverage now this morning, there is frustration over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan, as some residents say they aren't getting their fair share of input. Engineers and residents argue the city is falling short in its research. Transportation officials admit they're only now beginning to count how many people are actually biking in Baltimore. They also insist their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan approved more than a decade ago, and that the plan, they say, requires community input. Yet some residents insist they never had any.
I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for.
Well, former Mayor Jack Young signed off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago, but now says he regrets that decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Well, Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes across the city, as are city residents who say they were never consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities. In your election 2024 coverage now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign and tossing his support behind former President Donald Trump.
I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
DeSantis revealed the decision in a video posted on social media just yesterday, just 2 days before the New Hampshire primary, mind you. DeSantis sought to position himself as an alternative to Trump, trying to cast himself as a politically successful heir to the MAGA movement. However, the momentum he gained early in his campaign failed to translate over to the Iowa caucuses, during which DeSantis suffered a 30 percentage point loss to Trump. Well, here in Maryland, Congressman David Trone is running for Maryland's open Senate seat this fall. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with him to discuss his new People of Politics proposal, calling for some sweeping changes to how Washington operates.
Well, I think it is the system is really broken, and it's rigged for those that are in power and those that are influencing those in power. So we put together a proposal we call a People Over Politics reforms. Politicians get very little done. What we need is more public servants.
Congressman Trone also wants to ban congressional members from becoming lobbyists, along with making racially driven gerrymandering a federal crime, and prohibit lawmakers from trading individual stocks. Trone and Prince George's County Executive Angela Also Brooks are the presumptive Democratic frontrunners in that race. Well, Fox 45 News is your home for complete coverage of the 2024 election. Stay with us on air and on foxbaltimore.com as we continue to follow the most important races here in Maryland and at the national level. Crime bleeding from the city to the counties. After the break, what we know so far about a shooting in Howard County. And we are starting off with temperatures in the teens. It's chilly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect a warm up. It's 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
Welcome back, everybody. A cold morning here. We got single digits out in western Maryland. A lot of teens and 20s up and down the Chesapeake at this time. Our temps are eventually going to be a little bit more mild here this week, but it is going to be a cold morning drive with numbers staying in the teens for most of the rest of the morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Howard County police are investigating a shooting that happened along Rusting Leaf in Columbia. They say a teen was shot just after 2 a.m. on Sunday. That teen was taken to shock trauma in Baltimore, where he is still listed in critical condition. Police say they believe the shooting was targeted. This is an open investigation here this morning still. Baltimore County police say one person is dead after a barricade situation Saturday. This was right near the NCR Trail in Cockeysville. According to police, officers found a suspicious vehicle in a parking lot with a sign on the window that said, "Don't look inside, call police." Police say the barricade lasted about 12 hours. They believe the person inside shot the car, shot themselves. We'll keep you updated on air and at foxbaltimore.com as we continue to learn more on that. Well, the publisher of Sports Illustrated is laying off most, maybe all, of the outlet's staff. Still ahead, the reason behind those layoffs.
Big sports weekend, and could being a sports fan actually be bad for your health? I'm Liz Bonus. We share details from a new report. It is just ahead.
When they lose, it feels like it. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeff Coat. This morning on the National Desk, candidates hot on the campaign trail as we talk to voters before the New Hampshire primary. Our Washington insider has a closer look at the early polling numbers this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local. Topping your Sports Unlimited news here, Sports Illustrated notifying its employees that a, quote, significant number, if not all, of their jobs could be eliminated. In a memo to staff, magazine publisher Arena Group said the owner of SI The Authentic Brands Group, or ABG, revoked its publishing rights because of missed payments. The magazine's union says it's asking ABG to ensure the continued publication of the magazine. In a statement, ABG says Sports Illustrated will continue, but did not give any more details. Well, take a look at this. The Buffalo Bills and the team's food service partner at the stadium, Delaware North, they served new specialty items for the divisional round matchup last night. A couple of the items there are inspired by Taylor Swift, of course, and some of her greatest hits. They include the Bad Blood waffle fries and the Karma quesadilla. Looks like it went in favor of the Chiefs, though. Taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium here, where for the first time in Ravens franchise history, that AFC Championship game is coming through Baltimore. They will be facing Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs for that AFC Championship game. And some of you are showing your purple pride. We're loving seeing some of these. Check it out. Lynn from Towson sending in this photo right here. She has a sign on top of her balcony that reads, "You're in Baltimore Ravens country." Better believe it. Justin sharing this picture here with his son, saying that he enjoyed the Ravens playoff win. I bet. Of course, the Ravens win, bringing smiles to everyone who is a fan of the flock here. We'd love to see how you are supporting the Ravens on this final playoff push here. You can chime in with your Purple Pride photos by scanning the QR code on your screen there. You can also submit your photos at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app. Exciting week here. Well, a word of caution today as we do head into the conference championship game here this weekend. A new study says being a sports fan may be hard on your heart. Medical reporter Liz Bona shares how to lower your potential risk.
Hey there, hello to you. This new international study on whether or not being a sports fan can be dangerous to your health looked at which health problems are most likely to occur and in which sports. Researchers discovered spectator sports, which included football, baseball, rugby, and soccer, have the potential to be associated with cardiovascular events. It's likely due to the psychological and strong emotional response we have when we cheer on our favorite teams, and perhaps what we tend to eat and drink during sporting events. A rise in blood pressure, irregular heartbeats, chest pain, heart attacks, and sudden cardiac deaths were all potential risks, according to the study published in Current Problems in Cardiology. But preventive cardiologist Dr. Joel Foreman says we can all lower these risks with what the Heart Association calls its Essential 8.
Exercise, don't smoke, maintain a healthy body weight, eat a plant-based Mediterranean-type diet, okay? Control your blood pressure, control your blood cholesterol, control your blood sugar, control your weight. And all of us should be doing as much of that as we can.
Dr. Foreman says sports fan or not, doing a few of these can help the heart.
I try to encourage people to make changes over time and do what they can.
One other important thing, the risk of cardiac events for fans went up toward the end of the event, especially when competition was intense. So bottom line here, if you feel yourself getting emotionally involved in the game, might want to consider a short time out. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Very interesting. I wonder if when they win, though, the joy that brings makes up for all of it. It's 4:48 here. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here. It's been an interesting season so far. Being a Ravens fan has been pretty nice.
What did I miss last week?
Some snow.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit of snow. Some Ravens win.
Yeah, I came back and my car was covered in the airport parking lot. That was a lot of fun on Friday night.
And there's still a lot because of how cold it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a cold day yesterday with that wind that was cutting through us. Good news today is the fact that that wind is going to die down quite a bit. And we'll get more sunshine that will help getting that snow melted off just a bit. But looking outside, of course, obviously, Ravens Stadium looking great, looking for that big game on Sunday afternoon, 3 o'clock on Sunday right here in Baltimore. 20 degrees your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That dew point at 10 degrees, so dry air is in place, but the wind has taken a little bit of a break. Now, we have a nice ridge of high pressure that is settling in nicely over the mid-Atlantic, and that's keeping us high and dry as well. And that's going to continue as we take you throughout the day. But look at some of these numbers. 13 is your temperature in Columbus. Columbia right now. We're at 14 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, teens in Chestertown, right about 20 in Baltimore City at this time. Now, here's a look at your Rise and Shine cast. Definitely a warm beverage morning with numbers that will stay in the teens for the next couple of hours. Sun's coming up a little earlier and going to bed a little bit later as we get out of kind of that deep thaw or the deep freeze that we've had in the middle of January. Getting some more sunlight, that will definitely help things along. And you can see these temperatures here across the region in Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 30s. Right about 39 in Baltimore City and Dundalk for your highs today. 36 in Towson through Lutherville and Timonium. Mid to upper 30s for you in Howard and Arundel counties. Ellicott City down through Elk Ridge, Glen Burnie, Pasadena. Right about 37 for today. And the Eastern Shore also in the mid to upper 30s for the afternoon. Not a bad day. The wind taking a break. Checking the temperatures, we're going up and trending upwards with 40s returning tomorrow and Wednesday, and then a big spike in those numbers into Thursday and Friday. That snow will be pretty much gone with temperatures in the 50s, even some lower 60s by Friday afternoon. We also have some rain, which will help with that snow melt. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry for us today. Some showers well to the north of us. Tuesday looks pretty good as well. Late Tuesday night, a couple of stray rain showers will roll through. Wednesday is dry for the first half of the day, but by Wednesday night into Thursday, that's going to be our next weather maker. That will bring some rain showers into the region and bring those temperatures, actually get those temperatures that will start to go back up. So here's that 7-day forecast for us. You can see when those rain showers will be with us, just kind of off and on, especially later this week. It does look to stay mainly dry for the Ravens game on Sunday with a high right about 50 degrees. So vastly different from that game we saw on Saturday afternoon, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network now. After last week's double whammy of weather-induced trouble out there on the roads, we are waking up with nice conditions out there. It is dry, it's clear. Right now, traffic moving steady across the region as you look at those cameras here. Now, for a check of mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a pretty good start. No major delays or issues. Light rail is on schedule in both directions from end to end. On Metro Subway, expect about an 8 to 10 minute delay in your travels in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
New signs of desperation at the southern border and beyond. I'm Christine Frizzell with the latest warnings from both Democrats and Republicans.
President Biden pushing for more aid for Ukraine. How much he's trying to get lawmakers to approve. It is 4:52. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. Making headlines this morning, a special grand jury has been chosen to investigate the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Jurors are expected to spend at least 6 months investigating the case. The news comes just a day after U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland visited Uvalde and delivered a scathing review of the law enforcement response. President Joe Biden is trying to get lawmakers to approve $60 billion in aid for Ukraine. A source telling CNN the worry is that air defense systems and artillery ammunition could get depleted. Another source says lawmakers are signaling this is likely the last Ukraine package before the election. House Speaker Mike Johnson argues the U.S. cannot support Ukraine indefinitely without a clear strategy. And if Biden doesn't win his bid for re-election, the next president could have a different approach to the war. Also making headlines, religious leaders in Haiti say 6 nuns were kidnapped among a bus full of people. It's not yet clear who's responsible for this. Gangs that control an estimated 80% of the capital have been blamed for thousands of abductions. The UN says around 3,000 people were kidnapped in Haiti last year. The last high-profile case from in November involved a renowned Haitian doctor. He has not been released yet, despite several ransom being paid. Across the country now, the migrant crisis is proving to be a growing challenge for every layer of government. It's propelled it to the list of top concerns for voters and has brought Washington to a standstill. Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzell.
At the southern border, solutions remain hard to come by.
This is the real life tragedy that we are seeing, on the ground. It's tearing apart the fabric of this nation.
The deepening challenges have widened tensions between the federal government and the state of Texas. State authorities taking over control in Eagle Pass, refusing to let migrants cross new layers of razor wire they installed. Also arresting single men and women and charging them with criminal trespassing, with hopes the effort will start to deter more from coming. The overflow of migrants in New York City prompting this disturbing headline. An NYC neighborhood turned into a, quote, giant toilet. The Democratic mayor there and some Democrats in Washington pushing for change.
I think about immigration is we want to provide the American dream for any migrant, but it seems very difficult when you have 300,000 people showing up encountered at our border to do that. And I think we need to do a reset, and we have to work together.
There remains a bipartisan effort in the Senate to work together on this grave challenge, with hints a deal now is closer than ever, though the path to passage in both chambers remains questionable, with some Democrats warning of the consequences.
And if House Republicans refuse to take it up, to consider it and pass it, then they will own responsibility for another year in which millions of people suffer the journey of coming to our southern border, only to be either turned away or ultimately deported.
In the meantime, the effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas draws closer to reality.
This one man is the architect of destruction down here. One man has caused all this chaos, deaths of fentanyl poisoning, danger to the country with terrorists coming in.
The House Homeland Security Committee set to vote on it soon, with a vote in the full House expected sometime next month. Secretary Mayorkas not expected to be convicted in the Senate. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
A major step toward inclusionary housing happening today here at City Hall. Coming up, we'll tell you about the 2 bills that the mayor plans to sign into law.
And our temps are cold once again this morning, but good news if you want some warmer numbers. We'll talk about your milder week ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We need to take a live look now over M&T Bank Stadium, where for the first time in Ravens franchise history, the AFC title game comes through that stadium right there in Baltimore.
The Ravens will go on to face the Kansas City Chiefs for the AFC Championship this Sunday, and the winner goes to the Super Bowl.
Our guys are going to stay edgy. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but they're determined and they're motivated, and it's going to be a great team coming in here next week, and we're going to have to play our best football. And I promise you that's all these guys are going to be thinking about.
That's all anybody's going to be thinking about for this next week. Good morning on this Monday, January 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. For a while there, I thought it was Bills, but my goodness, what a game, and what great games this weekend.
I know. It was a lot of fun. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here, hoping that the weather will turn into a lot of fun because it's been cold and snowy.
Yeah, no kidding. 1971, the last time the city of Baltimore hosted the AFC Championship game. That was before all of us were even here, except maybe Tom. Either way, looking outside right now, we definitely have those cold temperatures at this time. Look at these teens. My goodness, 13 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 16 in Towson, 17 in Rosedale, 19 your temperature in Essex and Middle River. So another cold morning today, sunny with less wind, and those temperatures actually are going to sneak back above freezing. But we've got a frigid morning here with teens through most of your morning drive. So Mr. Bo says take it slow, get the cars all warmed up and ready to go. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, how are we doing early on the roads?
Not bad at all. You know, it's one of those days where you got to watch out for blowing snow on the roads here. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you can see some of the cameras around the area. No issues to report. Secondary roads, just watch out for refreezing and some of the snow drifts that have accumulated over the weekend. Well, 501 happening today, a major step toward providing what is titled inclusionary housing to low-income residents. Now, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall with a preview of those bills. Shannon.
Yeah, and the mayor, Patrice and Tom, plans to be here at City Hall this afternoon to sign those two inclusionary housing bills into law. Advocates say that these bills would help promote fair and affordable housing for all across the city. We want to take a closer look at each of these bills. We're going to pull them up here on your screen. The first is the inclusionary housing for Baltimore City bill, and it would require residential buildings with 20 or more units that receive city subsidies to allocate 10% of those for affordable housing. The second bill being signed into law today is the high performance inclusionary tax credit, which would create a tax credit to offset the cost of this. Now, according to the Baltimore Sun, the mayor had some financial concerns about the bills before they passed in December, but he always maintained support of the vision throughout this process. Both he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who sponsored the bills, see this legislation as a step toward undoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in the city. Again, the mayor is expected to sign these bills into law here at City Hall at 1 this afternoon, according to Maryland Inclusive Housing. And we also know that he will be joined by Councilwoman Odette Ramos, as well as City Council President Nick Mosby. In the meantime, we are working to find out just how much each of these bills could cost the city. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now to a city in crisis. A violent weekend in Baltimore has residents on edge after 5 people were killed in the span of just a few hours Friday night.
Just after 8 p.m., 3 people were killed in a quadruple shooting in Northwest Baltimore.
Then 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay, including a 60-year-old grandmother.
Just people, they have no regard for human life. And it don't matter what you do or what's going on. You could just be walking down the street and just be at the wrong place at the wrong time and lose your life.
Victim family members are now sharing their frustration about Baltimore's unrelenting violence.
Taylor Stewart joins us live this morning with the latest on this tragic story. Taylor.
I mean, guys, this is really a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. A grandmother simply running errands on Friday with her boyfriend stopped off at a bar and was caught in the crossfire. Take a look here. Mary Lou Schumann, she and her boyfriend were one of 2 people who were involved in the shooting that had 2 people killed Friday night in South Baltimore. Now, the 60-year-old mother of 4, grandmother of 5, was leaving a tavern in the 400 block of Pennington Avenue. Now, her daughter and her boyfriend sat down with us, sharing the tense moments. They were caught in the crossfire. Take a listen.
I saw a guy walk up pretty quick, and I just heard boom, 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 and just flashes. I saw the muzzle flash.
They don't care. It's like they're just shooting in the air, hoping that it hits somebody that they intend to hit.
Now, look, this double shooting along with the quadruple shooting in Northeast Baltimore all happening on Friday night. Now, Commissioner Rich Worley says this is just another example of the easy access to guns and the issues it creates in the city. We'll continue to follow this investigation as police search for the shooter in this case and the other we mentioned in Northwest Baltimore. We'll send it back to you for now. Live in Baltimore, Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, Baltimore has seen more than a dozen homicides this month after ending 2023 with less than 300 murders for the first time in 9 years.
While Mayor Brandon Scott touted his holistic crime approach as a driving force behind the decline, he and others say the work is still far from over.
What you hear from us is not a celebratory tone, right? And I know we're out detectives and folks will be working on that issue, but we have to continue to work.
300 plus is an absurd number. And to say we're at 250 some is still pretty bad.
Now, some say the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron is leading to a reduction in crime. Baltimore saw a drop in homicides starting this past July when the two offices announced 8 defendants pleaded guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. Since then, homicides are down 25%, non-fatal shootings down 6.5%.
One person is dead after a hit and run along Reisterstown Road just across from Druid Hill Park. Police say a woman was crossing the street when she was hit around 4 o'clock yesterday morning. She was taken to the hospital where she died. Anyone with information on the hit and run is asked to call Baltimore police.
Well, residents questioning Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan. Why one Baltimore resident says the city should revisit the
Our temperatures are in the teens. It is cold this morning. Some of us are in the 20s. We definitely have milder air that's on the way this week. We'll talk about it coming. 5:09 is your time right now on this Monday morning, and we are taking a look at cold temperatures, popping up that state temperature map. Woo, 8 degrees in Cumberland right now, 16 in Hagerstown. We're at 18 in Westminster, right about 16 in Baltimore City, 23. That's the warm spot for you in Annapolis right now. So as you head out the door, definitely jacket, hat, gloves, mittens, scarves, and sunglasses, because we will have bright sunny skies through most of the day today and a lot less wind too, so it won't feel as bad when you're outside. Some of us will get to those upper 30s for the afternoon, but as you can see in your Rise and Shinecast, definitely need that warm beverage with temperatures staying in the teens through the course of the morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, Taylor Swift and a shirtless Kelsey and the Kansas City Chiefs are all coming to Baltimore to be facing the Ravens this weekend in the AFC Championship game.
That's one way to look at it. Let's get over to Megan Gillen with reaction from the team and from Ravens Nation as we're all preparing for this final playoff push.
Yeah, Kelsey, they're matching you. He might be shirtless, but we've got Ravens coaches with the moves here. There was a lot of dancing in the locker room this weekend as the Ravens take care of business, defeating the Houston Texans 34-10 to advance. And then obviously last night we saw this happen as well. Kansas City Chiefs just narrowly beating out the Buffalo Bills 27-24. And as a result, a lot of dancing in their locker room as well. Setting the stage here, guys, for the AFC Championship game right here in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. This is the first time in Ravens history, it's never happened before, that Baltimore will host this game. Ravens taking on Taylor Swift, the Chiefs. Kickoff set for 3 p.m. this Sunday. It is also the Ravens' first appearance, mind you, in the conference championship game since 2012. That is the year, mind you, they went on to win the Super Bowl. This group looking to do the same, and now they are just 2 wins away, and they are calling on you, Ravens Nation, for help at the bank.
I think best fans in football, and the way they come out, I don't know what they be on, liquid courage or what, but they get at the top of their lungs, and I love to hear it. So it's definitely playing a big part in us. And I was talking with some of the edge rushers early in the week, and like they really enjoyed even more, because like knowing the snap counts, it's going to be more predictable when it's as loud. So make sure you guys come out loud as crap next week.
I think Ravens Nation can do it. You could hear it. Oh, my goodness. And reaction, my goodness, pouring in here this morning. I don't think we've ever had this many responses. We'll start right here. Lamar Jackson really brought the AFC Championship game to Baltimore. Little teary face. Pride right there. Then we got another one, and we got something special on the way for next week too. Just starting here, guys. Another one waiting a week for the AFC Championship. That face right there has been a meme all over the internet, the eye right there. One more for you. We showed you some dancing in the locker room, but fans, they got some moves too. We've got a meme saying, I hope the Ravens make it to the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson deserves it, and I need more of this below. You got everyone all over the city dancing like that here this morning. The Ravens and Chiefs, remember, did not meet this season, so Sunday is going to be the first and the last. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The publisher of Sports Illustrated laying off most of the outlet's staff. Still ahead, the reason behind those layoffs.
And Microsoft is facing a security breach. Who the company says got access to internal emails. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
Making your headlines this Monday morning, actor Alec Baldwin is facing charges again in New Mexico, tied to that deadly movie set shooting in 2021.
A grand jury indicted Baldwin on involuntary manslaughter for the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins while filming the movie Rust. Baldwin says he pulled back the hammer, but not the trigger, and the gun fired. Now, new analysis determined the trigger had to have been pulled. The weapons supervisor pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering. Her trial is set for next month.
Microsoft says Russian hackers gained access to the company's emails of company leaders. Tech company now claims that Russian hackers broke into emails and accounts of employees on cybersecurity and legal teams. The hack started in November, was not discovered until January 12th. The company says only a, quote, very small percentage of accounts were accessed, but some emails and documents were stolen. Microsoft also says that there is no indication any customer, production, or source code information was accessed.
Costco is issuing a warning this morning. It says that scammers are impersonating its website to defraud customers. The big box retailer says scammers are using replicas of its website in an attempt to steal customers' personal information. Look at that. That's an example. Costco says it's found 20 such operations that are using illegitimate pop-up sites, ads, surveys, text messages, emails, and fraudulent social media posts. The company says it uses Costco.com as its domain name. Websites with a different domain should be avoided.
Well, take a look at this. Plenty of Ravens fans fought the cold temperatures for Saturday's win over the Texans. And Pablo chiming in with this picture of his family all bundled up, cheering on the team.
Man, the true faithful. Oh my goodness, it's never too early to start your fandom, right? Look at this. Lachelle shared this photo of her 5-month-old son. He was locked in on the game. See the focus there? Well, we want to see how you're supporting the Ravens on this playoff run. Chime in with your Purple Pride photos by scanning the QR code on your screen, and you can also submit your photos at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
Well, the Ravens announced tickets for Sunday's AFC Championship game will go on sale tomorrow morning at 10. Game set for 3 Sunday afternoon.
Oh, and it's supposed to be a nice weekend. Well, after the Ravens game, you can watch the NFC Championship game right here on Fox 45. The Detroit Lions and San Francisco 49ers will meet for a spot in Super Bowl 58. You can catch all the action beginning next Sunday at 6:30 p.m.
Well, 5:18 is the time on this Monday morning, and yeah, still some frozen, crusty snow now out there.
But that'll be gone in time for the game next weekend,
Should
right?
be, yeah, this upcoming weekend. So let me just tell you a little something. We went on a trip last week, missed a little bit of that snow, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
So as a meteorologist, I'm always telling you, get prepared, make sure you have stuff in your car so you can scrape off the things. Well, we were in Miami on Friday, and I'm like, I don't have anything in my car when I get back to Baltimore, so I had to improvise, and I was at the Miami airport, and I was like, well, I got to get gloves, so I got some pink Miami socks, and this is the only thing I could find, chocolate alligators, but I was like, this will be good for scraping, right? To be able to use this.
Pick up a windshield scraper in Miami.
They did not have windshield scrapers in the Miami airport, nor did they have gloves. It totally worked. Yeah, it worked great.
There you go.
But you got to improvise. My point of this whole thing is I tell everybody to be prepared, and then I'm not prepared. You guys can eat those.
Right,
you guys can eat those later.
Chocolate alligators.
Yeah,
all right, come on now.
Yeah.
Forget the turtles.
There might still be some snow in there. You never know from the BWI. So anyway, that's what I had to do.
Well, thanks for the socks and the alligators.
No, you can't keep the socks, but you can keep the alligators if you want. It was just interesting, too. But, yeah, we got through it. We made it out. Our car was nice and crusty, and now we're all good to go. We still have a lot of that snow, obviously, on the sides of the roads and on the lawns and everything like that. It's going to take a little while for all of that snow to melt away. But yeah, we missed the big snow, and here we go now. We're talking about drier and milder conditions. Not quite yet. 16 is your temperature right now in Towson, so it's cold, frigid for that matter, with a wind chill of about 9 degrees. There's not a lot of wind out there, but this nice ridge of high pressure centering over the mid-Atlantic region, keeping us nice and dry, but allowing us to really be cold this morning with the fact that we don't have any cloud cover out there. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids head out this morning, make sure they are bundled up and ready to go. With teens this morning, we're back to the 30s by noon and into the mid to upper 30s as we head toward the afternoon. A lot less wind today, so it won't be as bad being outside, with highs in the mid to upper 30s for your numbers. For Bel Air over to Baltimore City, down into Cockeysville, Columbia at 35. You're at 39 in Annapolis, Eastern Shore in the mid to upper 30s, and most of us along the 95 corridor staying mainly in the 30s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Now, our temperature trend, it's going up. In fact, next couple of days we slide into the 40s, and then look at some 60s that are on the way into Thursday and Friday this week. So snow will be a distant memory by the time we get to the weekend. We're also going to get some rain that will help with that snow melt as well. This is our future scan. So later this afternoon, central PA up toward parts of New York, could see some snow showers there, but we're dry here at home. We're staying dry on Tuesday as well. The rain really is not going to come in until Tuesday night, a couple of light showers here and there. Wednesday's dry for the first part of the day, but by Wednesday night into Thursday, that's really going to be the next weather maker that will bring some rain to the region into Thursday and stay with us for most of Thursday afternoon. Another round of rain expected on Friday. Right now, we do see some rain that's going to be possible for part of the weekend, but here's an update on your holiday countdown. 11 days out until Groundhog Day, just 23 days until Valentine's Day, President's Day in 4 weeks from today. That's, of course, on a Monday. And our time change, that's coming up in just inside of 7 weeks from right now. All right, 7-day forecast, obviously eyes on what we're going to be facing on Sunday afternoon, and temps will be quite a bit warmer than what we saw on Saturday, upper 40s and lower 50s. We do have the chance for some showers on Sunday morning, but we'll get a little bit closer to that game, and we'll continue to track those forecast numbers and let you know exactly what to expect. All right, let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 403 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail right on time from end to end. No delays or issues. But on Metro Subway, expect about an 8 to 10-minute delay in your travels. Certainly allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Congressman David Trone will be vying for Maryland's open Senate seat in the fall. Coming up, the sweeping changes he wants to see in Washington if elected.
Defend your immune system against viruses. Still ahead, the simple things you can do to enhance your immunity. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. All
525 in your health headlines with all the circulating viruses, including the flu, RSV, and COVID. How can you better protect yourself?
Health experts will tell you that vaccination is one key way, but medical reporter Barbara Moore shows us there are other natural ways as well.
It's not cold and flu season anymore. It's cold, flu, COVID-19, and RSV season.
It's also a time when many people decide to go on a diet, says nutrition expert Dr. Michael Garko. That's okay if it's a lifestyle change and not a crash diet, because remember, you need nutrients to both lose weight and keep your immune system healthy.
You need to eat a diet that's rich in fruits and vegetables, that's plant-based. You need to really exercise and keep your immune system vital by moving. You need to get good sleep and rest, because that's when your immune system reconstitutes itself.
Let's break that down for you. Plant-based fruits and vegetables, nuts, beans, whole grains are rich in fiber.
Fiber is I'm going to tell you a big secret. Fiber is the secret to losing weight. It's a secret to managing your cholesterol. It's a secret to managing your immune system.
Yet, many of us reach for ultra-processed foods like candy, soda, bacon, fries, hot dogs.
You can't build a house with junk elements. You can't build good health with junk food either. And then stress. The biggest cliche of all time, stress is a killer. But you know what? It's a fact. It will age you faster, and it will promote chronic disease. So if people can learn how to manage stress.
Dr. Garko suggests meditation or yoga. A few other immune boosters: hydration, drink plenty of water, eat smaller meals and eat them slowly, and get moving. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
We are starting off with temperatures in the teens, but those temperatures will climb over time. Still ahead, how warm we could get by the end of the week.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:30, and we are taking you back out to M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the AFC Championship is set for Sunday. The Ravens will be going on to face hosting Kansas City Chiefs. This will mark the Ravens' first appearance in the conference since 2012 season, the year they went on to win the Super Bowl. This team looking to do the same thing. They're just 2 wins away.
It's meaningful, now we got to get to work and go win it. That's really that's the challenge.
I think that's crazy. I thought the Ravens, growing up, I was a fan. I watched them for year after year, and I was always thinking they played at home, but they've been busting tail back, especially when Ray Lewis and them played. I didn't know they played on the road or not. I was watching them, so it's crazy. I'm just glad to be here, be a part of this whole thing, man, this run, and hopefully get the win next week.
We hope they get the win next week. Welcome back on this Monday. 5:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, likely stepping in for Andrews and doing an amazing job. He catches the ball like it's no big deal at the end zone. He was just, it's mine.
That's right. And that's why we got the win. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
January 3rd, 1971. That's the last time Baltimore, the city of Baltimore, of course, the Colts hosted the AFC Championship game, beat the Oakland Raiders, and then went on to win the Super Bowl that year. So 13 degrees your temperature in Cockeysville. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've hosted the AFC Championship game. 16 in Towson. We're at 15 in Rosedale. 19 your temperature in Brooklyn Park. Some of us actually about 5 to 7 degrees colder than yesterday morning. That's because we have the lack of cloud cover, radiational cooling taking effect. So another cold morning for you, and then sunny today with less wind. Temperatures later this afternoon will be a little bit above freezing, but for the next couple of hours, Mr. Bo says get those heaters going. Temps in the mid to upper teens through about 8 a.m. Should top out today right about 39, and then look at this, Tuesday and Wednesday, we're right back to the mid to upper 40s, so milder temperatures are on the way. Could even see some 60s later this week. Back with your full forecast in just a few. How are we doing on the roads right now, Tom?
Looking great, actually, on the roads right here in your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. And, yeah, just watch those secondary roads for refreezing and the snow drifts from all the wind.
In your election 2024 coverage, the Republican presidential campaign is heating up as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign just 2 days before the New Hampshire primary.
And this morning, a candidate for Maryland's U.S. Senate is now pushing for term limits, and that includes him if he's elected. We have live team coverage for you this morning from the national races to right here at home.
That's right, starting with Megan Gillen. Former President Donald Trump set to hold another campaign event in central New Hampshire tonight as he is continuing to surge in the polls. And she's joining us from the Live Center with where things stand in the presidential primaries. Megan.
Certainly all eyes on New Hampshire right now as voters are heading to the polls tomorrow here to elect their pick in the presidential primary. And guys, on the Republican side, as we mentioned, Trump appears to have just a commanding lead here at this point. Take a look at this video here. This was over the weekend as thousands of Trump supporters waited in lines for hours just for a chance to hear him talk. There were so many people there that we're told some of them actually had to be turned away at the door.
I believe that he wants what's best for the country.
What he accomplished when he was president the first time, he did more than anybody, any of the presidents.
I hope that Trump wins. I believe he will.
Well, brand new polling still has Trump winning by double digits in New Hampshire. Right now, Trump holding 50% support. Nikki Haley is at 39%. And as we mentioned, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had 6% before announcing that he was ending his presidential campaign yesterday. DeSantis now endorsing Trump, saying it was clear what voters wanted.
Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
Well, Nikki Haley also getting another blow to her campaign from her home state after South Carolina Senator Tim Scott endorsed Trump over the weekend. Senator Scott saying America needs a president that will close the southern border, protect entitlement programs, and reunite the country. Again, the New Hampshire primary is tomorrow, and it's followed by South Carolina set for February 3rd. We're going to keep you posted, of course, right here from our live center. Patrice, Tom.
Well, here at home in Maryland, Congressman David Trone is running for Maryland's open Senate seat this fall.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with his new People Over Politics proposal. Shannon?
Well, this proposal, Tom and Patrice, calls for some sweeping changes in how Washington operates. For example, Congressman Trone wants to implement term limits for Congress. Here's how he thinks that should work.
We suggested that the starting point is 6 terms in the House, 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, 12 years. You can do both of those, but that gives someone enough time to really get into the job, learn the job, move legislation, but not so much time that they age in place.
Do you think you'll face pushback from your own party?
Tremendous pushback, absolute pushback, and that's all right. What it is, it is. They're wrong on the issue. We need fresh blood, fresh people, fresh ideas, and we can't have someone there for 30, 40 years in the same seat running for 85 years old and running for re-election. Is that crazy? That's crazy.
Now, the term limits don't stop at Congress. Trone says he wants a finite number of years for the court. Under his proposal, 2 justices would be appointed for 9 different cycles. And on top of that, he also wants to expand the number of members of the House of Representatives.
So our proposal is jump from 435 right away to 585. 150 increase the number of folks out there based on population around the country, and then readjust things as you go every census, every decade, every decade.
Now, some of these changes would require a constitutional amendment, but Trone believes, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, there is an appetite for that change. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
A violent weekend leaves residents on edge this morning. What we know so far about the shootings that left 5 people dead in a span of just a few hours.
We're expecting some mild temperatures with rain later this week. How the forecast for the championship game is now shaping up. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All local, all Ravens, all
5:40 is your time. We're just 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Monday morning. Hope you enjoyed your weekend and looking out at a very cold M&T Bank Stadium. Make sure you get yourself bundled up and get those kids bundled up too, because it's cold this morning and will stay cold today, but a little bit warmer. Definitely will need those sunglasses this afternoon. No need for the umbrella. However, later this week, the umbrellas will be necessary as rain is on the way. Out for a run or a jog early. Make sure to get those extra layers on because temps are staying in the teens. Maybe some indoor running would be better. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
Continuing coverage this morning, there is more frustration over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan as some residents say they're not getting their fair share of input.
Taylor Stewart joins us live this morning with a look into why one Baltimore resident says the city should revisit this plan. Taylor.
Oh, that's right. I mean, especially after a week of winter weather and snow, traffic delays only hiccuped by the additional bike lanes on several stretches of road throughout the city. Now, Councilwoman Felicia Rashad raising this issue at a recent city council meeting about the research that's gone into this project and the funding of it. Well, in fact, transportation officials admit they're only now beginning to count how many bikers are actually biking in Baltimore. That is despite the initiative's hefty $73 million price tag.
They're following this model of if you build it, they will come. I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for our members of our communities.
Transportation officials insist this redesign of the roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. And they say that plan required community input, yet some residents say they never had that opportunity. We'll continue to follow this issue as we get more comments, especially on social media, about bike lanes and the debate around it. We'll keep you guys updated. But for now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Former Mayor Jack Young signed off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago, but now says he regrets that decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes across the city, as are city residents who say they were never consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities. Our election 2024 coverage continues this morning. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a political analyst joins us live with more on the New Hampshire primary.
Mayor Brandon Scott taking a major step towards inclusionary housing. What we can expect at the meeting today that will help low-income residents. 5:43 is your time.
5:46 and trending this morning, employees at Sports Illustrated were notified that a, quote, significant number, if not all, of their jobs were set to be eliminated.
In a memo to staff, the magazine publisher Arena Group said the owner of Sports Illustrated, the Authentic Brands Group, or ABG, revoked its publishing rights because of missed payments. ABG now saying it gave the publishing company a notice of breach and an opportunity to cure the breach. Magazine Union says it's asking ABG to ensure the continued publication of the magazine. In a statement, ABG writes that Sports Illustrated will continue but didn't give any more details.
Take a look at this. The Buffalo Bills and the team's food service partner at the stadium, Delaware North, served some new specialty items for the divisional round matchup. A couple of the items inspired by the Chiefs' most famous fan, Taylor Swift, and some of her greatest hits. They include the Bad Blood waffle fries and the Karma quesadilla. The Buffalo Bills lost against the Kansas City Chiefs last night. Why would they do that?
I don't know. They barely lost.
No. So, and I had them to win. I was thinking and hope, but why would they even, give any?
So basically, there's a Taylor Swift concert Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Is that what we're saying? Because
Sunday afternoon.
No.
And what's his name? His brother,
Jason Kelsey,
with his shirt off.
I almost said something you're not supposed to say. Almost made me curse there. Something to the no.
And by the way, how are those pigskin rankings doing? Who swept this weekend without even being here?
The three of us are tied.
I know, but I swept the weekend.
You sure did.
Where were you last week?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We had fun with Captain Defense, though.
Did you really?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, I know. And, and we'll see what happens with that big trophy that is on the line amongst all of us. Can't wait. Might be my first year. All right, good morning, everybody. Yes, it's cold. Yes, it is frigid, in fact. In fact, a lot of us are in the teens. 16, the official number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little bit of a light wind, making it feel even colder than that. But the good news today is that we'll see less wind for the afternoon. And our temperatures will start sneaking up a little bit each day here as we get into the week. Nice ridge of high pressure keeping us high and dry along the mid-Atlantic. Nothing to get in our way here with those showers well to the west of us. As you rise and shine, next few hours, temps are staying mainly in the teens through about 8 a.m. And you're going to see those temperatures climb. By the time we get to noon this afternoon, we'll see those numbers into the low to mid 30s. So we barely hit the upper 30s, the upper 20s and lower 30s yesterday, but we'll be at 34 by noon. And a lot of us in the mid to upper 30s for this afternoon with plenty of sunshine and less wind to boot. All right, Carroll and Baltimore counties, you're going to see a lot of you in the low to mid and upper 30s for your highs today. 43 of the average this time of year. In Harford and Cecil counties, a lot of low to mid 30s as well for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman, Northeast Elkton. You're in the mid 30s later today. Checking our temperature tracker, look at this thing. I mean, you can see all that snow that's hanging around. It'll be gone because we'll be in the mid to upper 40s tomorrow and Wednesday, and then some low to mid 60s on the way through Thursday and Friday. It does come with some rain, however, as we get to the middle of the week. So today is going to stay dry. Future scan, no issues. And we're also dry tomorrow. A little bit more cloud cover rolling in tomorrow afternoon and then into tomorrow night. A few light showers here and there. Wednesday for the first half of the day will be dry, but by Wednesday night into Thursday morning, that's going to be our next weather maker. You can see that green, not the blue, rolling in. So it'll mainly just be those rain showers, and those showers stay with us through Thursday and even into Friday as well. And looking ahead to the weekend, obviously an important weekend here for us around Ravens territory. We'll see those temperatures that will be climbing. So as I mentioned, mid 60s Friday. We're back to the 50s on Saturday, a little bit colder for the game on Sunday. We'll see some showers Sunday morning, maybe some scattered showers through Sunday afternoon as well. But look at that temperature, a high of 50, so much warmer than the game that we had this past weekend. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everyone moving up to speed. No issues to report this morning. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 843 operating with 5 delays. The other trains of BART look good for travel. Out there on Metro Subway, expect about an 8 to 10 minute delay in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Allow time for travel there. Light rail on time. No delays there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
There are new revelations in the GOP's investigation into the COVID pandemic. Still ahead, the recent closed-door testimony with the former director of the National Institutes of Health.
And then there were two. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the breaking news in the GOP presidential primary and how it may impact the state. .554 in your election 2024 coverage, just one day ahead of the New Hampshire GOP primary. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has suspended his presidential campaign.
This is the attacks between the remaining two candidates. They're sharpening.
Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzell.
I am today suspending my campaign.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis ending his bid to become the next president, throwing his support behind the last one, former President Donald Trump, who has for days now aimed his ire at Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley is using radical Democrat money to fund the radical Democrat campaign operation that she's running.
The former South Carolina governor also getting personal.
If he goes and does these temper tantrums, if he's going and spending millions of dollars on TV, he's insecure. He knows that something's wrong.
Haley now making Trump's age a centerpiece of her campaign.
He claimed that Joe Biden was going to get us into World War II. I'm assuming he meant World War III. He said that he ran against President Obama. He never ran against President Obama. Don't be surprised if you have someone that's 80 in office. Their mental stability is going to continue to decline.
The latest CNN University of New Hampshire poll showing Trump widening his lead, now at 50% over Haley's 39%. The survey, of course, taken before DeSantis departed the race.
And it's time for the Republican Party, frankly, to come together and to unify. We have to unify.
Trump trying to trim the two-person race down to one. Even the Washington Post predicting, barring a meteor strike, there's no realistic outcome to the nomination other than Trump appearing on the November ballot. Haley's supporters, meanwhile, arguing New Hampshire can still change the game.
That's the place where things happen that you don't expect to happen. Look at Bill Clinton, look at John McCain, and the fact that she's only down 11 with a lot of momentum, it's not going to look anything at all like Iowa.
And even before the votes are cast in New Hampshire, some are already looking ahead to South Carolina, Nikki Haley's home state, where she is also behind in the polls, with predictions that barring a big surprise on Tuesday, this nomination process could be wrapped up pretty quickly. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Nikki Haley offered some parting words for DeSantis, saying he ran a good race.
Look, I have said I think that Ron ran a good race. I know it's personal to get into a race. It's personal to get out of a race. He's been a good governor, and he added a lot to the campaign, and we wish him well.
The presidential hopeful then escalated her attacks against Donald Trump, saying both he and President Biden are equally bad for the country. The Trump campaign also using DeSantis' departure to attack his opponent. In a short statement, the campaign said it was very honored to receive DeSantis' endorsement and then proceeded to accuse Haley of representing Democrats more than Republicans.
The New Hampshire primaries are right around the corner, but former President Trump and Haley are already looking ahead to South Carolina. One of the rallies this weekend, Trump touting his support in South Carolina, bringing on stage with him several elected officials from the Palmetto State, including Governor and Senator Tim Scott, who say just a few days ago he endorsed Trump for president. Nikki Haley, however, is hopeful that she'll emerge victorious in her home state.
I've won twice as governor. I call out Republicans and Democrats when they don't do the right thing. So it's not surprising that that set is going towards Trump because he's going to take care of them. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take care of the taxpayers.
South Carolina's Republican presidential primary scheduled for February 24th.
Meanwhile, over the weekend, Donald Trump teased his pick for vice president, saying that people will not be surprised. The former president then played off his remarks, claiming it won't have an impact on the election. But still, his comments are leading many to speculate who his future running mate might be. Among the names being tossed around include Senator J.D. Vance and Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who are both stumping for Trump in New Hampshire this weekend. Senator Tim Scott is also on the list, but the South Carolina Republican gave a vague response Sunday when asked if he would serve as Trump's VP.
Would you like to be Donald Trump's running mate?
The only thing I want is 4 more years of Donald Trump and a Republican majority in the Senate, majority in the House, and the White House.
Scott, who is one of the most prominent black Republicans in the country, suspended his presidential campaign in November and is now endorsing Trump for president.
A major step toward inclusionary housing set to happen here at City Hall today. Coming up, we'll tell you about the 2 bills that the mayor plans to sign into law.
A Baltimore grandmother caught in the crossfire of a double shooting. More in the investigation as the police department grapples with easy access to guns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And our temperature's cold right now, but we do have some milder numbers on the way as we head toward the middle of the week. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 6 o'clock. Oh, and we are taking you live look at M&T Bank Stadium, where for the first time in Ravens franchise history, the AFC title game rolls right through Baltimore.
And some players are still trying to let it all sink in.
I think that's crazy. I thought the Ravens, growing up, I was a fan. I watched them for year after year. And I was always thinking they played at home, but they've been busting tail back, especially when Ray Lewis and them played. I didn't know they played on the road or not. I was watching them, so it's crazy. I'm just glad to be here, be a part of this whole thing, man, this run, and hopefully get the win next week.
Yeah, well, you can catch the Ravens take on the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game this Sunday at 3 right at the bank. The winner then heads to Vegas for their chance to host or hoist Lombardi Trophy in the Super Bowl.
Well, good morning on this Victory Monday, January 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It feels warm when you're watching the football, but then once that's over, woo, the chill hits you again.
Oh, it was a cold weekend. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at the forecast. Did you bring any sun? Is that what we're going to start?
Yeah, I'm bringing back sun and milder conditions. I don't even know what happened last week. I was a little out of the loop, but came back. There was a lot of snow in my car, and yeah, here we are. And it's cold this morning as we take a look outside here. Still frigid, in fact, and a lot of that snow is going to stay on the ground because those temperatures are not warming up just yet. 13 your temp in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We're at 17 in Joppatown, 19 for you Essex, Middle River down through Dundalk, and 15 as you wake up with us in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Another cold morning. We're sunny today with less wind, and those temperatures will actually be above freezing by the time we head toward the afternoon. So on your morning drive, we stay in the teens through about 8 a.m. We're back to the 20s by 9 and eventually on our way to some mid to upper 30s for the day today. We'll talk more about your forecast and that rain that is in our future for the next weather maker coming up.
6:02 now and happening today, a major step toward providing what is titled inclusionary housing to low-income residents. Mayor Brandon Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law.
Shannon Lilly joining us live right in front of City Hall with a preview. Shannon?
Yeah, and so we know, Tom and Patrice, that the mayor plans to be here at City Hall this afternoon to sign these two inclusionary housing bills into law. And advocates say this legislation will help Baltimore to promote fair and affordable housing to all across the city. But we want to take a closer look at each of these bills, so we're putting some information here on your screen. The first is the Inclusionary Housing for Baltimore City bill, and it would require residential buildings with 20 or more units that receive city subsidies to allocate 10% of those for affordable housing. The second bill being signed into law today is the High Performance Inclusionary Tax Credit, which would create a tax credit to offset the cost of this. Now, according to the Baltimore Sun, the mayor had some financial concerns about these bills before they passed in December, but he always maintained support of the vision throughout this process. Both he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who sponsored the bills, see this legislation as a step toward undoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in the city. And again, the mayor is expected to sign these bills into law at 1 this afternoon here at City Hall, according to Maryland Inclusive Housing. We also know that he will be joined by Congresswoman Odette Ramos, as well as City Council President Nick Mosby. And in the meantime, we are working to find out just how much this could all cost the city and you, the taxpayer. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:04 now. In a city in crisis, a violent weekend in Baltimore has residents on edge after 5 people were killed in the span of just a few hours on Friday night. Just after 8 p.m., 3 people were killed in a quadruple shooting in northwest Baltimore. And then 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay. One of those victims, a 60-year-old grandmother.
Now, the victims' family members sharing their frustration about Baltimore's unrelenting violence. In fact, Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with the latest on this tragic story. Taylor?
That's right. We're talking about a grandmother really just in the wrong place at the wrong time. She and her boyfriend were running errands Friday night. They stopped by a bar, and they were caught in the crossfire of a double shooting. Take a look here at your screen here. This is Mary Lou Schumann. She is a grandmother of 4, a grandmother of 5. She was leaving a tavern on the 430 block of Pennington Avenue. Her daughter and boyfriend sat down with us, sharing the tense moments that she lost her life in that crossfire. Take a listen.
I saw a guy walk up pretty quick. And I just heard boom, 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 and just flashes. I saw the muzzle flash.
They don't care. It's like they're just shooting in the air, hoping that it hits somebody that they intend to hit.
So this double shooting happened along with a quadruple shooting in northwest Baltimore on Friday night. It is yet another example, according to Commissioner Rich Worley, of the easy access to guns, something that he admits his department has been struggling to get a handle on, but we'll continue to follow this investigation and update you as more information becomes available. We're live this morning in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Taylor, well, Baltimore has seen more than a dozen homicides this month after ending 2023 with less than 300 murders for the first time in 9 years.
While Mayor Brandon Scott touted his holistic crime approach as a driving force behind the decline, he and others say the work is still far from over.
What you hear from us is not a celebratory tone, right? And I know we're out detectives and folks will be working on that issue, but we have to continue to work.
300 plus is an absurd number. And to say we're at 250 some is still pretty bad.
Now, some say the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron is what's leading to the reduction in crime. Baltimore saw a drop in homicides starting this past July when those two offices announced 8 defendants pled guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. Since then, homicides are down 25% and non-fatal shootings down 6.5%. Another voice joins the growing frustration surrounding Baltimore's bike lanes. In our next half hour, why one resident says the city should revisit its multi-million-dollar plan.
And for the first time in team history, the Ravens are hosting the AFC Championship game. What the team is asking from you, Ravens Nation. That's straight ahead from our live center.
Temps are cold this morning, single digits and teens statewide. We'll break down what we can expect later this week and the next weather maker, what type of precipitation that will bring.
With the single digits, watch out for ice. Before we head to break, we want to take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the major roads in Baltimore. All clear, no issues to report at this time. 6:07, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
The Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Baltimore to face the Ravens this weekend in the AFC Championship game.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She has reaction from the team and Ravens Nation as they're preparing for this final playoff push. Megan.
Isn't this how everyone woke up this morning, jumped out of bed, started dancing? We saw a lot of this in locker rooms this weekend. Ravens taking care of business, defeating the Houston Texans 34-10 to advance. And then last night, obviously, a lot of dancing in this locker room as well. Kansas City Chiefs just narrowly beating out the Buffalo Bills. Tight game, 27-24. setting the stage for the AFC Championship game right here at M&T Bank Stadium. The first time in Ravens history that Baltimore will host this game. Ravens taking on Taylor Swift, the Chiefs here. Kickoff set for 3 p.m. this Sunday. It's going to be exciting. It's also the Ravens' first appearance in the conference championship since the 2012 season. That is the year, if you remember, guys, that they went on to win the Super Bowl. This team looking to do the same, and they are just 2 wins away from doing it. They are calling on you, Ravens Nation, for help at the bank.
I think best fans in football, and the way they come out, I don't know what they be on, liquid courage or what, but they get at the top of their lungs, and I love to hear it. So it's definitely playing a big part in us. And I was talking with some of the edge rushers early in the week, and they really enjoyed even more because knowing the snap counts is going to be more predictable when it's as loud. So make sure you guys come out loud as crap.
Fans can make a huge difference here, and we're seeing fans obviously pretty excited here. This is my favorite one. This is coming from the NFL. They wrote "not done yet." Look at Lamar's face. Just ready for this. Baltimore hosting AFC Championship. Someone pinch me. I think most fans are just over the moon here. Man, I love Lamar Jackson. That's from LeBron James, by the way. A few more for you. Baltimore Ravens putting this out. When you're headed to the AFC Championship, your rookie year. Again, just more of the dancing here. Fans excited. Another one of my favorites. Lamar Jackson really brought the AFC Championship game to Baltimore. It's happening. We know the Ravens and Chiefs did not meet this season. You also know I'm a bit of a degenerate gambler. Looking at the odds here, you're seeing Ravens 49ers opening as the favorites. Just to give you an idea, Ravens now favored over the Chiefs by about a field goal here. So just saying, Patrice, that's from Vegas.
Just saying. All right, coming up, we're taking a look at why parents should get their children vaccinated.
And then there were 2 still ahead. Where things stand in the presidential primaries with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis no longer part of the race for the White House. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, we can't get enough. Take a look at this. Plenty of Ravens fans were out supporting the flock for Saturday's win over the Texans. Sandra sent us this picture of her and her husband. They were showing off their purple pride at club level inside the stadium. They were bundled up. They had all the clothes, but they were nice and warm on the inside.
This picture was chimed in from Ronald of he and his son after the big win Saturday. They were also bundled up enjoying the playoff victory, but they were outside, it looks like. Thank you for everyone sending in your photos. Keep them coming. Keep chiming in how you celebrated the victory.
I mean, I have some friends who went and they braved the cold. It was worth it. The Ravens announced tickets for Sunday's AFC Championship game go on sale tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The game is set for 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
After the Ravens game, you can watch the NFC Championship game right here on Fox 45 as the Detroit Lions will be hosting San Francisco 49ers. Well, they'll be meeting. The San Franciscos will be hosting the Lions, I should say, on their way for Super Bowl 58. Catch all the action beginning next Sunday. That's this coming Sunday at 6:30 here at Fox 45. New this morning, we have some school delays that we also want to share with you this morning. These just coming out this morning. Cecil, Caroline, Kent, Talbot, and Wacomico County schools are all 2-hour delays, and they're all saying it's because of hazardous road conditions. Stay right here with Fox 45 and for any of the latest school delays or if any of them switch to closings. 6:17 is the time on this Monday morning, and it's a cold one.
It is. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if we'll have some changing temperatures in time for our AFC Championship game on Sunday.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, too, guys. You talked about that ice. Man, I noticed yesterday with the sun that was out, a lot of melting on my driveway, and then this morning, boop, big sheet of ice right there. So just be extra careful. We know it's still cold. It's frigid for that matter. Not chilly, but definitely on the cold side of things. Right side of your screen, your temperatures. A lot of us are in the teens right now. In fact, officially at BWI, we're at 19 degrees, but the dew point at 11. That means we got that dry air in place. Lack of cloud cover. Wind is not there, and we will not be as windy later today, which is definitely a good thing, but allowing the ground to cool off, the radiational cooling is what we're experiencing right now with the lack of that cloud cover. That's because we got that big old H right there, that ridge of high pressure basically on top of us, and that means we've got mainly dry conditions. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, whether or not you're in the delay, make sure they are bundled up because we're going to stay cold this morning. As we get to about the noon hour, we'll see those temps get to those lower 30s and even some mid 30s as well. Upper 30s by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. It will be sunny today with a lot less wind. Hank the Bird, good morning. Yeah, there he is. He's ready to go with temps in the 20s here through 9 a.m. on your Bird is a Word cast. And for Hank and his feathered friends in those mid to upper 30s as we head toward the afternoon. 43 is typically where we are for January 22nd. So we're still in the below average category. Most of us in the low to mid and upper 30s, Eastern Shore across the Bay Bridge and up and down the Chesapeake. 38 in D.C. today, mid 30s in Philly and New York, right about 40 in Ocean City. Now our temperature trend is going up, so notice 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday, but how about some low and even mid 60s by Thursday and Friday? That's going to melt all that snow away right as we head toward the weekend. Here's a look at our future scan. We're dry for this afternoon, staying dry on Tuesday as well. Tuesday night may see a few light rain showers coming through. Wednesday also will begin the day dry, but it's Wednesday night into Thursday morning. That's going to be our next weather maker. That's going to bring some rain to the region for most of Thursday afternoon, kind of our rainy day as well. Back with our pet picks, and shout out to Ray Johnston. Loves watching the show, and we appreciate it, Ray. Look at Remy and Lainey. Cute puppies right there, just having a good day in the sun. So thank you, Ray, for that picture. Always love to get your pet picks. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. You can hit me on the X or the Instagram or Facebook or whatever you got. Love to get those pictures in. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. Obviously, your eyes go to the right of the screen because that's Sunday. It will be warmer than this past weekend's game at M&T Bank Stadium, but we do have a few scattered showers around on Sunday to get through. There will be rain showers and temps right about 50 degrees for your high on Sunday afternoon.
All right, well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways now in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. If you're heading down the JFX, it'll only take you about 9 minutes to get from the top all the way down to President Street. And we have no other issues to report this morning, so good time to get up and out to get your week started. Let's get a check now with MTA. We've got Mark Jones. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5 minute delays. The other trains look good for travel. If your ride is on Metro, expect about a 10 to 15 minute delay in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Certainly allow time for travel there. Light rail, though, right on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
New revelations in the investigation into the government's response to the coronavirus pandemic. I'm Christine Frizzell with some harsh new measures some Republican lawmakers are calling for.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.23 and making your headlines this morning is we are taking a live look over at Capitol Hill this morning, where the House Select Committee on the COVID pandemic is out with a new update on the recent closed-door testimony with the former director of the National Institutes of Health.
This comes as Republicans continue to investigate the origins of COVID. Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzell.
As a mystery virus spread like wildfire throughout the globe, Dr. Francis Collins was in charge at the National Institutes of Health, issuing calls for action and orchestrating the public response.
There is this issue about children getting infected and then infecting others around them that may have an immune system that can't handle it. And that's one of the reasons I think we are so concerned.
A just-released email shows part of his response included calls for a, quote, quick and devastating takedown of a policy known as the Great Barrington Declaration, which outlined grave concerns about the damaging physical and mental health impacts of COVID lockdown policies, especially on children. GOP lawmakers revealing Dr. Collins, in closed-door testimony, also now concedes the lab leak hypothesis that the virus may have started in a lab in Wuhan, China, is not a conspiracy theory, though in the height of the pandemic, it was deemed as such, an opposing theory much more widely accepted.
It's much more likely that this was a natural occurrence.
Dr. Anthony Fauci remains a top target for Republicans who argue his decisions cost lives, And his statements on the origins of the virus meant those who disagreed were punished.
He tried to downplay any idea that this could be coming from the lab. He convinced people like Twitter and Facebook to downgrade these stories.
Senator Paul now calling for more action.
In public, he still denies it. He still denies that there was any U.S. funding of the gain-of-function lab in Wuhan, but he just hasn't been honest. So for his dishonesty, frankly, he should go to prison.
Democrats continue to defend Dr. Anthony Fauci, praising his work as a public servant. They're also blaming Republicans for politicizing the pandemic, promoting vaccine hesitancy, and spreading misinformation.
There is a complete dismantling of the importance of what vaccinations actually have done in this country and how many lives they've actually saved.
As a new wave of COVID spreads, how it all began and how those in charge responded remains under the microscope on Capitol Hill. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
It is another cold morning with temperatures starting in the teens. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next warm-up to move into the region.
Well, who's biking this morning? Well, researchers in the city say they don't even know. The latest update on bike lane concerns as the project expands in Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Our fans were incredible, man. It was deafening out there. So credit to our fans, first of all. Coaches and players, I thought, did a great job. Second half adjustments were really strong. And Lamar just played out of his mind along with our defense. Everybody did. So proud of our guys. It's the first step. The next step is in front of us.
Yeah, well, taking a live look now over at M&T Bank Stadium as the AFC Championship is set for this coming Sunday afternoon. The Ravens will be hosting Kansas City Chiefs. This will mark the Ravens' first appearance in the conference since 2012 season. The year they went on to win the Super Bowl. That's right. This team looking to do the same. They're just 2 wins away.
Well, good morning. Welcome back on this Victory Monday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is cold. Felt warm all weekend when you were cheering on the Ravens, but now it's getting cold. I went outside, I took one breath and started coughing. I was like, oh, whoa, it's cold. Yeah.
It is. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we can expect for the week.
Well, and it's good news today, guys, that the fact that the wind is not going to be nearly as biting as it was yesterday, and we're still going to be cold. We still have got a lot of snow on the ground. That's not going to be melting, at least today. But we take a look outside from our Towson camera right now, kind of zoomed into downtown Baltimore. Sun coming up here a little bit after 7 o'clock, and we're going to see nice sunshine today with less wind. But yeah, temperatures are in the teens for most of us. Single digits, 8 degrees in Gaithersburg, 12 in Columbia, also 12 degrees in Cockeysville, and 19 in Baltimore City. So temps are going to stay in the teens for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bose says get that heater going for your drive to work or school. 39 today, that's nice, but then mid to upper 40s into Tuesday and Wednesday. So a steady increase in our numbers. And we've got some even milder temperatures later this week. We'll talk about if we get back to the 60s anytime soon. Back to you.
Well, new this morning, we have some school delays we want to share with you. These schools are all opening 2 hours late. These counties, we've got Cecil, Caroline, Kent, Talbot, and Wacomico County schools, all 2 hours delayed because of hazardous road conditions. Still slick out there. Stay with Fox 45 News for the latest on these school delays.
Now, in your election 2024 coverage, the Republican presidential campaign heating up as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis suspends his presidential campaign just hours ago before the New Hampshire primary. This morning, a candidate for Maryland's U.S. Senate is pushing for term limits, and that includes himself, Mr. Trone, if he's elected.
We have live team coverage this morning from the national races, too, right here at home, starting with Megan Gillen. Former President Donald Trump is set to hold another campaign event in central New Hampshire tonight as he continues to surge in the polls. Megan is joining us from the Live Center with where things stand in the presidential primaries. Megan?
Yeah, it really is heating up, guys. Obviously, all eyes on New Hampshire right now as voters are heading to the polls. You see it there tomorrow to elect their pick in the presidential primary. And on the Republican side, as we mentioned, Trump appears to have a commanding lead at this point. Check this out. This was over the weekend. Thousands of supporters there for Trump waiting in line for hours for a chance just to hear him talk. There were so many people that were told some even had to be turned away at the door.
I believe that he wants what's best for the country.
What he accomplished when he was president the first time, he did more than any of the presidents.
I hope that Trump wins. I believe he will.
Well, brand new polling still has Trump winning by double digits there in New Hampshire. Right now, Trump holding 50% support. Nikki Haley at 39% support. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as we mentioned, had 6% before announcing he was ending his presidential campaign yesterday. DeSantis now endorsing Trump, saying it was clear what voters wanted.
Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
Well, Nikki Haley also getting another blow to her campaign from her home state after South Carolina Senator Tim Scott endorsed Trump over the weekend. Senator Scott saying America needs a president that will close the southern border, protect entitlement programs, and reunite the country. Again, the New Hampshire primary, that's tomorrow, followed by South Carolina. That one set for February 3rd. We'll keep you posted right here from our Live Center. Tom, Patrice?
Thank you, Megan. In Maryland, Congressman David Trone running for Maryland's open seat this fall.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joining us live with his new People Over Politics proposal. Shannon.
Yeah, so this proposal, Patrice and Tom, calls for some sweeping changes in how Washington operates. For example, Congressman Trone wants to implement term limits for Congress, and here's how he thinks that should work.
We suggested that the starting point is 6 terms in the House, 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, 12 years. You can do both of those, but that gives someone enough time to really get into the job, learn the job, move legislation, but not so much time that they age in place.
Do you think you'll face pushback from your own party?
Tremendous pushback, absolute pushback, and that's all right. What it is, it is. They're wrong on the issue. We need fresh blood, fresh people, fresh ideas, And we can't have someone there for 30, 40 years in the same seat running for 85 years old and running for re-election. Is that crazy? That's crazy.
Now, the term limits don't stop at Congress. In fact, Trone says he wants a finite number of years for the court. And under his proposal, 2 justices would be appointed for 9 different cycles. And on top of that, he also wants to expand the number of members of the House of Representatives.
So our proposal is jump from 435 right away to 585. 150 increase the number of folks out there based on population around the country, and then readjust things as you go every census, every decade.
Now, some of these changes would require a constitutional amendment, but Trone believes, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, there is appetite for that change. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Frustration over a multi-million-dollar project, the main cause for concern from residents of Baltimore over the bike lanes that are not being used as much as planned.
A big step toward affordable housing. Mayor Brandon Scott's latest efforts to ensure low-income residents have a roof over their heads.
Maryland waking up with a chill in the air, really a freezing chill in the air, coming up when the temperatures tick up slightly as the new week gets underway. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A tough drive to New Buffalo, Michigan, near Lake Michigan last week in the throes of heavy snow that covered the area. And when life gives you snow and ice, turn it into an ice skating rink. That's what this boy did in North Alabama, skating every day while the roads remained icy. Or you could make drumsticks in 10-degree weather out of frozen socks.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.39, continuing coverage this morning. There is more frustration over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan, as some residents say they aren't getting their fair share of input.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a look into why one Baltimore resident says the city should revisit the data. Taylor?
That's right. It's simply because a lot of the bike lanes aren't being used. They say they look down the road and congestion's building up, especially on a week like one we had last week with winter weather. And we also just had some recent council meetings where they explored the research that went into developing this plan. Councilman Felicia Rashad raised the issue as traffic and frustration continues to grow. In fact, transportation leaders point to the fact they just began counting how many bikers are actually using these lanes. That is despite the hefty price tag of $73 million behind this plan.
They're following this model of if you build it, they'll come. I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for our members of our communities.
Transportation leaders insist this redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. But as that plan moves forward, community input, they say, is required, yet residents say they feel cut out of this process. We'll continue to follow this story as more and more complaints and comments and debate comes in about the expanding bike lanes in Baltimore City. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Former Mayor Jack Young signing off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago. Now he says he regrets his decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes all across the city, as are some city residents who say they never were consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities.
Vaccine exemptions are growing. In our 7 o'clock hour, why experts say parents need to get their children vaccinated, plus why a mild reaction to a shot isn't anything necessarily to worry about.
And later on this morning, you can invest in cryptocurrency. In our 9 o'clock hour, we ask how easy the process is and is it safe? 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
6:45 in your morning rush today. Mayor Brendan Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law that aims to provide inclusionary housing for low-income residents. Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall with the impact these bills could have. Shannon.
Well, on one hand, Patrice, we are still working to find out just how much these bills could cost the city and ultimately you, the taxpayer. But we do know that advocates of these bills and this legislation argue that they will help promote fair and affordable housing for everyone here in the city. And we know that the mayor plans to sign these bills into law right here at City Hall this afternoon. And so the first is the Inclusionary Housing for Baltimore City bill. The second bill being signed into law today is the High Performance Inclusionary Tax Credit. And coming up in 15 minutes, I'll have a deeper dive into this legislation and what's in store for us today here at City Hall. Now back to you.
Shannon, in the meantime, the family of Baltimore City's 10th homicide victim of the year is speaking to Fox 45 News about the unrelenting gun violence in the city. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with more on the investigation and the frustration from the victim's family. Taylor.
That's right. The victim's family really just did not imagine they'd be in this position Monday morning. Their grandmother was heading to a bar with their boyfriend. She was caught in the crossfire in a double shooting in South Baltimore. It was just one of several violent incidences that police are now investigating. We're going to keep you updated on that investigation and share the concerns from her family just ahead. Back to you.
All right, it's 6:46 now, and
We came in with the came in like a wrecking ball, right?
I know, right?
Well,
Justin's back.
I'm back, everybody. Yeah, we were in the warm waters of the Caribbean Sea, and I was like, oh wait, we didn't park in a garage, and there was a lot of snow. I guess you guys got last week, right?
Apparently, yeah.
So I'm in Miami, and I'm like, I don't have gloves, I don't have a scraper, so I buy some fun socks, and I use these as gloves. And then I found this chocolate alligator tin. And I was like, anything that I can do to like kind of scrape the stuff off the car. I didn't know how it was going to be.
2 coatings of snow.
2 coatings of snow, right? You know, we get there, and so anyway, I get there, we get halfway through all the stuff, and I look inside my car. Gloves. So Justin from the past did hook up Justin from the future with some gloves, but I didn't know they were there.
The future is not smart enough to think about Justin from the past.
How long did it take you to get out?
Like 40 minutes. No, it wasn't that long. It was maybe 30 minutes.
Was there any choice words that were being said?
Yeah, a lot of choice words, but that's not for TV.
Any photos?
So. There are no photos of that. But you guys can enjoy these chocolate alligators. Have at them.
Frozen chocolate alligators.
Might be some snow in there from BWI, so it's all good. All right, good morning, everybody. And yeah, we're still thawing out. We're cold. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, a little bit of that morning glow. With the sun coming up in just a little while. Remember, the sun comes up earlier now and goes to bed just a little bit later. We're getting those daylight hours extended as we get toward the end of January. So here's a look at your Towson cam. Our temperatures cold, obviously. We're in the teens for a lot of us. A little bit of a light wind making it feel like 14 degrees. But the good news today, friends, it is not going to be nearly as windy as yesterday, and we'll eventually begin that kind of thawing process. Big ridge of high pressure is what's responsible for what we call radiational cooling, lack of cloud cover, allowing those temperatures to drop overnight. That's why we're so cold right now. But you can see over the next 12 hours, those numbers steadily rising. We'll get back to the mid to upper 30s into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And again, a lot of sunshine and a lot less wind. So a cold morning, but sunny for the afternoon. Look at that sunrise, 7:21, and the sunset tonight at 5:15. Should be a pretty nice week ahead. In fact, we're going to get some mild temperatures. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But across Carroll and Baltimore counties, most of us in the mid to upper 30s today. Still below average for this time of year, but up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 30s going for New York and Philly. 38 in D.C. today in Cumberland, 40 in Ocean City, and 45 in Richmond. Here's a look at our temperature tracker, and yeah, look at the temperature trend. Mid to upper 40s tomorrow and Wednesday. We're talking low to mid 60s on Thursday and Friday. So it does come with some rain, however. Looking at our future scan, we've got some snow to the north of us today up into northern PA and in parts of western New York as well. But other than that, we're dry here and staying dry for the next couple of days. Really, the next weather maker is not going to affect us until Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That's mainly going to be rain, even though it's happening at night here for the first part of this storm system. It is just going to be rain because our temps will be too mild, and we stay rainy through most of Thursday afternoon as well. Shout out to Ray Johnston, and that is Remy and Laney. Great looking doggies ready for their star performance right here on Fox 45 Morning News. I appreciate that, Ray. Hey, here's a quick update on our holiday countdown. We're just 11 days out from that. You know I don't like that guy, right? The groundhog? Yeah, Groundhog Day is coming. 23 days until Valentine's Day. 4 weeks from today is President's Day. And speaking of more daylight, 48 days from right now is when we spring forward. So that's inside of 7 weeks for that time change. All right, obviously, what's going to be happening Sunday for that Ravens game at 3 o'clock? Well, it's going to be warmer than this past weekend's game. Upper 40s and a few lower 50s. Some scattered showers around. Right now, it doesn't look like a big old downpour, but we'll keep our eyes on that and let you know as we get closer.
All right, well, we have a bright spot for you this morning as one 9-year-old in Detroit is over the moon after his favorite football player called him out. Detroit Lions defensive end Aiden Hutchinson said Connor Adcock is his good luck charm after they won on Sunday. Hutchinson became aware of Connor because of game day prediction videos that Connor's been making. When he and his mom post them online, they tag Hutchinson and his House of Hutch nonprofit. His mom says that it has been great for Connor, who has cerebral palsy and has battled health issues his entire life.
I feel like we're going to knock him down knock him down here on Sunday. I felt so happy and excited that they won. I was about to jump up and down, and I was like, oh my God, Dad, Mom.
That is excitement. Connor will be watching the Lions this coming Sunday in their second ever trip to the NFC Championship game.
M&T Bank Stadium, home of the Baltimore Ravens and home of the season's AFC Championship matchup when tickets go on sale. Plus, how the Birds preparing to take on Mahomes, Swifties, and the Chiefs.
Plus, Governor Ron DeSantis pulls out of the GOP primaries, who he is endorsing, and what it means for Nikki Haley as she continues to battle against former President Donald Trump.
Oh, it's cold outside, really cold outside.
Look, I have said I think that Ron ran a good race. I know it's personal to get into a race. It's personal to get out of a race. He's been a good governor, and he added a lot to the campaign, and we wish him well.
2 days before the New Hampshire primary, Ron DeSantis drops out of the presidential race, leaving only Donald Trump and Nikki Haley standing. On his way out, he threw his support behind Trump, and he took a jab at Haley. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us this morning. Armstrong, good morning. Were you surprised at all that he dropped out?
No, not at all. He banked everything on Iowa. He was a distant second. He doesn't have the money, and now he has to kiss the ring of someone who's just has been brutal to him during the campaign. And he takes a jab at Nikki Haley, who's always respectful. But that's politics for you. And I guess he says he's trying to unify the party. But Patrice, I must tell you, I think it's good that Nikki Haley is in the race. I don't think you want Trump not being challenged and tested. He disrespected the process. He refused to show up on the debate stage. He felt he was above that. He did not need a debate. And I think what's going to happen in New Hampshire, if Nikki Haley is able to do well, it would bode well for her in South Carolina, even though every major leader there has endorsed Donald Trump.
So is she a viable Trump alternative? I mean, she's staying in the race, which you're saying is a good thing, but is she an alternative to Trump, or is this just Trump's to take and it's a done deal?
If I could be so brutally candid, there's an element of the Republican Party that does not want Donald Trump as its nominee under any conditions. They believe that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, and they don't believe that if he is the nominee, he may get the GOP base and Biden may get the Democratic base. But the independents and suburban women, if you look at the polls deeply, do not support Donald Trump. Nikki Haley would defeat Joe Biden by at least 13 percentage points. No one wants to talk about that. Yes, Donald Trump will get the nomination, but what after that? Can he win a general election? And you still have his legal woes that are hanging over his head.
But that doesn't seem to deter his base. I mean, it doesn't seem to deter people who are backing him and who have him on this pedestal that we're seeing him as the front runner as it is.
Well, Patrice, when you look at what's going on at the borders, people losing their way of life, what's going on the foreign scene, many people are so desperate they would take anybody over Biden now. It's desperation. What it is.
Then what happened to DeSantis? Because he came into this as what people thought was going to be a legitimate rival to Trump. He hit on a lot of the core issues that Republicans rally around, and then he fizzled out and fell hard. What happened to him?
The mainstream and the conservative media dismissed him. He and Trump lived in the same state. Trump pounded on his character and his leadership. People forget what he gave us during COVID and keeping Florida open, the best education results in the country. They just changed the narrative on him. And he was not the best personality on TV, and he never could recover. I mean, it was a tough mountain for him to climb. And now what he has to do is go back and govern Florida. And plus, he said to Iowans and others that I want to run your state like I run Florida, and that's not what they wanted. His messaging was just really terrible. He'll run in future elections, but right now he'll get behind Trump and see where that takes this country.
All right, as we look next to South Carolina or New Hampshire and then South Carolina, talking about Nikki Haley still being in, how will she do in her home state, South Carolina?
Not well. It's also my home state, Patrice. The governor, McMaster, has endorsed Trump. Trump has a stronghold there. Tim Scott has endorsed. They all have kissed the ring. And you know what? It's tough for her. But listen, she was the best candidate. Let me say this. The best candidate in all the debates. She was the best candidate for messaging. But yet she was just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time against the wrong candidate, Donald Trump. And it'll be interesting. Many people think that he may make her his running mate. Not a chance. His ego is too big for that, and he's too insecure to have someone that competent as his running mate. Look at how he tried to destroy Mike Pence, where he asked him to accept him over the Constitution. Right. That is still Donald Trump. That's the reality of what we're facing today.
All right, Armstrong Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
A major step toward inclusionary housing happening today here at City Hall. Coming up, we'll tell you about the 2 bills that the mayor plans to sign into law.
A Baltimore grandmother walks across the street, wrong place, wrong time, the victim of a double shooting. We'll tell you about this investigation as Commissioner Worley grapples with the easy access to guns.
Our temperature is cold this morning, but as we head later into the week, we got a warm up on our hands. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It started with the running man and went to the sprinkler. Flock has every reason to be excited this morning. For the first time in franchise history, the Baltimore Ravens will host the AFC Championship game.
Well, what's the name of the dance that Harbaugh's doing? Or does it matter? It's just the excitement dance.
It looked like the John Travolta a couple times there.
Well, that is happening right here at M&T Bank Stadium. The dancing, the game. The game happens this Sunday at 3 p.m. The Ravens facing off against the Kansas City Chiefs to decide which team gets to go to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Hopefully there'll be more dancing just like that come Sunday.
Oh, yeah, and a lot more champagne. The last time the AFC Championship game was in Baltimore was 1971, which was the year the Baltimore Colts won the Super Bowl with Johnny Unitas. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be joining us from our live center with how the team is preparing for this final playoff push.
Good morning to all of you on this Monday, January 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is back, and he is full of energy.
That's right. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. Whew, it was definitely cold on Saturday afternoon there at the bank. Good news is it will be a lot warmer, and all that white stuff you see around on your screen, that's going to be gone by the time we head into this Sunday's game. But our temps are cold right now. 7 degrees in Cumberland, 12 in Hagerstown, 16 in Westminster and Baltimore City, 15 in Bel Air. We're actually in the lower 20s in Annapolis, one of the warmer spots. So after another cold morning, we'll be sunny today with less wind. Those temperatures actually will get above freezing. But if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, if you do that or can do that with all the ice that's around, be extra careful. Maybe you want to do some inside exercise this morning. Temps staying in the teens and 20s. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that warm up and our next weather maker, what type of precip is on the way for us this week.
7:02 now and happening today, a major step toward providing inclusionary housing for low-income residents. Mayor Brandon Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall with a preview. Shannon?
Yeah, so we know, Tom and Patrice, that the mayor plans to be here at City Hall this afternoon to sign these 2 inclusionary housing bills into law. And advocates say that these bills will help Baltimore promote fair and affordable housing to all. So we want to pull up some information here on your screen about these 2 bills here. The first, again, is the Inclusionary Housing for Baltimore City bill, and it would require residential buildings with 20 or more units that receive city subsidies to allocate 10% of those for affordable housing. Now, the second bill being signed into law today is the High Performance Inclusionary Tax Credit, which would create a tax credit to offset the cost of this. According to the Baltimore Sun, the mayor had some financial concerns about the bills before they passed in December, but he always maintained support of the vision throughout this process. Both he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who sponsored the bills, see this legislation as a step toward undoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in the city. And again, the mayor is expected to sign these bills into law today, this afternoon at 1 p.m. here at City Hall, and that's according to Maryland Inclusive Housing. We know also that the mayor will be joined by Councilwoman Odette Ramos, as well as City Council President Nick Mosby. In the meantime, though, we are still working to find out just how much all of this could cost the city and ultimately you, the taxpayer. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now to a city in crisis. Violent weekend in Baltimore has residents on edge after 5 people were killed in the span of just a few hours Friday night. Just after 8, 3 people were killed in a quadruple shooting in northwest Baltimore. Then 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay. One of the victims, a 60-year-old grandmother.
Just people, they have no regard for human life. And it don't matter what you do or what what's going on. You could just be walking down the street and just be at the wrong place at the wrong time and lose your life.
The victims' family members are sharing their frustration about Baltimore's unrelenting violence. Taylor Stewart joins us live this morning with the latest on this tragic story. Taylor.
That's right. This is an incident of being in the wrong place just at the wrong time. Baltimore grandmother, her and her boyfriend were running errands on Friday evening. They stopped off at a bar in South Baltimore, but that's when they were caught in the crossfire. Take a look at your screen here. This is Mary Lou Schumer. She was caught in the crossfire of a double shooting Friday night. Now, police say the 60-year-old mother of 4, grandmother of 5, was leaving the tavern at 430 Pennington Avenue when someone began shooting. Her daughter and boyfriend sat down with us to share the tense moments they were caught in the crossfire.
I saw a guy walk up pretty quick, and I just heard boom, 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 and just flashes. I saw the muzzle flash.
They don't care. It's like they're just shooting in the air, hoping that it hits somebody that they intend to hit.
This double shooting, along with the quadruple shooting in Northwest Baltimore, all happening on Friday night. It's one of the reasons Police Commissioner Rich Worley says the access to guns on the street, the ease of it, is a continuing problem that he and his department are working to grapple with. We'll keep you updated as this investigation continues. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Baltimore has seen more than a dozen homicides this month after ending 2023 with less than 300 murders for the first time in 9 years. While Mayor Brandon Scott touted his holistic crime approach as a driving force behind the decline, he and others say the work is far from over.
What you hear from us is not a celebratory tone, right? And I know we're out detectives and folks will be working on that issue, but we have to continue the work.
300 plus is an absurd number. And to say we're at 250 some is still pretty bad.
Now, some say the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron is leading to a reduction in crime. Baltimore saw a drop in homicides starting this past July when the two offices announced 8 defendants pleaded guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. Since then, homicides were down 25%, non-fatal shootings down 6.5%.
One person is dead after a hit and run along Reisterstown Road just across from Druid Hill Park. Police say a woman was crossing the street when she was hit around 4 o'clock yesterday morning. She was taken to the hospital where she died. Anyone with information on the hit and run is asked to call Baltimore Police.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure. Howard County Police investigating a shooting that happened along Rusting Leaf. That's in Columbia. They say a teen was shot just after 2 Sunday morning. The teen was taken to shock trauma in Baltimore, where he's still listed in critical condition. Police say that the shooting was targeted, and this is an open investigation.
Baltimore County Police say one person is dead after a barricade situation Saturday near the NCR Trail in Cockeysville. According to police, officers found a suspicious vehicle in a parking lot with a sign on the window that said, "Don't look inside, call police." Police say the barricade lasted about 12 hours. They believe the person inside the car shot themselves. We'll keep you updated on air and at foxbaltimore.com as we learn more.
Well, 7:08 is the time, and it is cold when you step outside. It's one of those things you can see your breath, no problem at all.
But there's a warm-up coming. I'm trying to find the silver lining. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Actually could see some 60s later this week for our highs. Yeah, so that snow will be gone. Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, that sun coming up in just a little bit, but obviously we're still frosty as you step outside. Look at those temperatures, single digits in western Maryland. Most of us are in the teens in Baltimore all the way up to Philly, New York at 25, 19 in Salisbury down the ocean. So upper 18s will be with us for the next couple of hours. As Mr. Bo says, take it slow. Obviously, still some ice on a lot of those roadways out there, and should get to the lower 20s by about 9 a.m. Back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about the next weather maker with the rain that's on the way later this week as well. So how are we doing with on the roads right now, Patrice? I know there's still some icy spots for sure.
Well, not seeing it cause a lot of accidents or problems for us in this area. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, as you see some of the Beltway cameras across the Baltimore region right now, things moving smoothly on the roads. No incidents or accidents to report.
Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Baltimore to face the Ravens this weekend in the AFC Championship game.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen with reaction from the team in Ravens Nation as they're preparing for this final playoff push. One more game to go, Megan.
And right now, we are just soaking it up here. There was a lot of dancing in the locker room this weekend as the Ravens take care of business, defeating the Houston Texans 34-10 to advance. And then last night, of course, we saw this. A lot of hugging in this locker room. Kansas City Chiefs just narrowly beating out the Buffalo Bills 27-24, a tight one. This sets the stage for the AFC Championship game as we take a live look over M&T Bank Stadium. This is where it's happening. It's the first time in Ravens history that Baltimore will host this game. Ravens taking on Taylor Swift. I mean, the Chiefs, of course. Kickoff 3 p.m. this Sunday. It's also the Ravens' first appearance in the conference championship since that 2012 season, the year that they went on, mind you, to win the Super Bowl. And this team is looking to do the same. They are now just 2 wins away, and they are calling on you, the fans, Raven Nation, for help at the bank.
I think the best fans in football, and the way they come out, I don't know what they be on, liquid courage or what, but they get at the top of their lungs, and I love to hear it. So it's definitely playing a big part in us. And I was talking with some of the edge rushers early in the week, and like they really enjoy it even more because like knowing the snap counts is going to be more predictable when it's as loud. So make sure you guys come out loud as crap.
And that loudness makes a difference. Ravens Nation saying they're ready for this. We got a lot of folks writing in. I like this one. The moment it was over for Houston, look at Lamar's eyes right there. A lot of folks making that a meme now. We've got Mayor Brandon Scott, by the way, calling out the mayor of Kansas City, saying you are welcome to come see the MVP in person if your team advances. Food is included, but bring your own tissues. A little trash talk going right there. Obviously, a lot of dancing. We saw it in our locker room. We've seen it at bars across the area. Ravens fans just excited. They say, I hope the Ravens make it to the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson deserves it, and I need more of this below. People coming together, just enjoying this win. I mean, we got the John Harbaugh move. I know you guys showed this one earlier, but I mean, the form right there. You just got to be happy about it. Even LeBron James writing in saying, yay, about Lamar Jackson, how great he was. Where did that one go? Just, I mean, guys, I think this is the most reaction we've seen that I can remember. Man, I love Lamar Jackson. There's that one right there. This is the first time this season that the Ravens and Chiefs have faced each other all season, and the odds, look at this. They are in the Ravens' favor right now. Vegas predicting that Baltimore's going to take this by 3. What do you think, Patrice?
I like Vegas. Yes, let's do it. We want to see how you're showing off your purple pride ahead of Sunday's big matchup. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Well, here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. This morning, concerns over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane initiative are growing. Why some argue the city is not utilizing data or listening to the public comment on the proposals.
Immunization exemptions are up, which raises alarms as diseases like measles threaten to come back. The importance of vaccinating your children, plus why experts say a mild reaction to a shot is nothing to worry about. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:16 is the time, and it's widely known we should get a tetanus shot every 10 years or a flu shot every year. But there's now a growing number of vaccination exemptions, and diseases once nearly eradicated or eradicated in the U.S. are slowly returning. Joining us now to discuss the risks of not getting your recommended vaccinations, Chair of Pediatrics at GBMC Healthcare, Dr. Teresa Nguyen. And Dr. Nguyen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. You're starting to see vaccination exemptions. What do you mean by that, and why is that so alarming to you?
Well, prior to COVID, we had a 95%, immunization rate in our oncoming kindergartners, and now we're at 93% nationally for our kindergartners. And you need 95% immunity in the community in order to have herd immunity, so that even if you don't get vaccinated, you're still protected. So we're starting to lose that. We're going to have outbreaks in diseases that we thought we had eradicated.
Doctor, are you thinking that families, though, your parents are saying, okay, well, I don't want my child to get sick, not thinking about that herd immunity for those that may not be able to go through titers and may actually find out later on, say pertussis, when they actually get it, even though they've been vaccinated, it's because it's still in the herd?
Yes. So it's important. I mean, I think people are sometimes just singularly aimed at, their family and the individual, but you also have to look broader at your community. And in the past, there were there were 2 states that had religious exemptions, and now there are 10 states in the U.S. that have these exemptions.
And Doctor, are you seeing that because of the COVID vaccinations? There was a whole lot of information that came out. There was retractions, then there was do this, then do that. That kind of put people on pause. Do you think that that is now contributed to parents saying, you know what, I'm not going to do any of the vaccinations, even the new RSV or influenza?
Absolutely. COVID kind of did a second number on us. People were started questioning vaccines. The COVID vaccine was brought out in about a year's time. Oh my gosh, is it safe? So then they started questioning all the other vaccines. And you're right, the flu vaccine rate is down, and it's not back to where it was prior to COVID.
And that issue, though, is really hurting, as you said, the entire herd, because herd immunity is the reason why we are able to eradicate. Smallpox was done. I mean, 1972, 71, I think was the last time they gave that out, because we were able to get so many vaccinations and eradicated that disease in the U.S.
Absolutely. The same with measles and polio. There are outbreaks of polio elsewhere in the world. And measles, we know that we have outbreaks throughout America in communities that have low immunization rates.
Bottom line for parents then?
Vaccinate. Vaccinations save lives. So vaccinate your children, your family, your friends and neighbors.
Pediatric Chair with GBMC, Dr. Nguyen, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is 7:19 now. We need to get another check of our forecast for the week.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers back from a vacation, got a little bit of sun.
Yeah, and it was my first cruise, guys, so I didn't know what to expect, and I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And then, we had like a balcony, and you open up the window every morning, you're like, woo!
Meteorology money right there.
Yeah,
balcony.
heck yeah, it is. And then, but one day you open the window, and there's another boat right there, and people are looking at you, and I'm like, whoa, hey, that's a little close. So that was interesting, but yeah, a lot of fun. And I missed all this fun snow stuff that is still kind of hanging around as we look out at the Charm City tanks right down 395. You can see the Tapsco looking great there. We're at 16 degrees. It's cold, my friends, but not windy. In fact, that 0 wind speed is good, and today a lot less wind. Today and tomorrow that wind is taking a break, so that will be nice. Big ridge of high pressure over most of the mid-Atlantic region. That's what we're seeing right now. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're talking about numbers that will stay cold here in the next couple of hours. A few school delays, especially for our friends on the eastern shore for some hazardous road conditions, so just be aware of that. But yeah, we're in the teens this morning. We're to the mid-30s by noon and into the mid to upper 30s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the the afternoon. 43 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 30s around central Maryland for your highs today. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those mid to upper 30s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., right at 40 in Ocean City today. Notice our temperatures climb. So we're back to the 40s tomorrow and Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, we're talking low to mid 60s. So we're going to get some warm air, going to melt all that snow away. It does come with some rain, however. This is our future scan. Looking good today. Some snow well to the north of us for the afternoon. But overall, we're looking good tomorrow as well. And even on Wednesday, staying dry for the most part. The next weather maker bringing some rain in on Wednesday night into Thursday morning. That's when we'll see those rain showers and more of those scattered showers through Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday evening as well. Shout out to Nicole Bradley, and look at Jake getting that big stretch on right there. I like that. The stretch, the yawn, the downward dog. We're coming up on the 7:30 stretch, so excited to show that picture from Nicole. Thanks for sending that picture in of sweet Jake. Love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here's that 7-day forecast. So again, rain later through the week, but those temperatures are mild as we approach the weekend. It will be colder this weekend, but not nearly as bad as it was on Saturday for the game. So Sunday's game, looking at highs in the upper 40s and right about 50 degrees. We do have the potential of a few scattered showers in the morning time and possibly around game time as well, but they'll only be rain showers. We're not talking about any more snow.
All right, well, new this morning, we have school delays that we want to pass along to you. Cecil, Caroline, Kent, Talbot, and Wacomico County schools are all delayed 2 hours because of hazardous road conditions. Stay with Fox 45 News for the latest on school delays. We'll let you know if there are any changes. The Bad Birds of Baltimore are gearing up to take on the Chiefs right here at M&T Bank Stadium for the AFC Championship game. How the Flock is showing off their Purple Pride, plus when tickets for that game go on sale.
So I'm not dating her anymore. Not only will you be providing food to the food insecure, you can train with them by taking a culinary course.
Mark Clark live at the Franciscan Center with their Dignity Plates culinary program. Mark, good morning.
That's right. I'm with Chef Derek, and he's in charge of the academy. He's the man making it happen, training up amazing chefs and also amazing human beings. So tell us about the program. Chef, how you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me. Absolutely. So Dignity Plates Culinary Training Academy is a no-cost 13-week training program for culinary arts. And we take anyone that's interested and is willing to commit to the robust 13 weeks of culinary training. And what we're looking to do is help the industry out by preparing them for students that are ready to take the industry by storm. We also pour into them. We help encourage them, and whatever they need to be successful, we want to provide that for the Franciscan Center. We help with transportation, we cover the uniforms, and we do some amazing things during those 13 weeks.
I love it. Again, and like you said, it's making great chefs. That's important.
Yes.
But more importantly, the human experience, right?
Absolutely. And that's one of the things the Franciscan Center stands for, is helping people recognize their dignity unto God. And this program ties right into that. We inspire, we provide hope, we encourage our students, and we look forward to having them come to your location to find jobs.
Well, Chef Derek, appreciate you coming up. We'll show late food guys. We'll go in the kitchen and show people doing what they do. And I just lost you. I can't hear you, but we'll be back. We shall return.
All right, Mark, great program.
If you'd like some more information about the Franciscan Center and how you can take their course, their culinary course, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A cold start to our morning, but temperatures are slowly working their way up from the teens. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain. That's all ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And we are taking you live to New Hampshire, where we are just about 24 hours away from polls opening for the presidential primary. Things heating up on the Republican side, the major candidate to drop out, plus how things are shaping up on the two still remaining. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Monday. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, that's right. 1/22/24 is the date that you're writing down on your papers. Well, maybe typing them in. Actually, they're all done for you now. Forget it. It's not like anybody's writing checks anymore either.
Every once in a while, I still do that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. He's got to look at some other numbers for us.
Yeah, and those numbers are going up. So as we head later into the week, we'll see those temperatures that will be more on the milder side. Sun is now up. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, not necessarily showing you the sun, but you can see that morning glow is there. And we still have a lot of snow, and we still got cold temperatures all over the region statewide, too. 6 degrees in Cumberland right now. We're at 12 in Hagerstown, 16 in Westminster and Baltimore City, 15 in Bel Air. So after another cold morning, we'll be sunny today, but a lot less wind for the afternoon. And those temperatures actually slide into the above freezing category. We'll go to the upper 30s today. And then mid to upper 40s both Tuesday and Wednesday. We have the potential for some 60s later this week, but it does come with some rain. We'll talk about how that's going to impact what you do outside later this week as well, coming up in a few.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look at our traffic map there, and also taking a look. You see mostly in the green, you see a few yellow areas where there's a slowdown. So give yourself some time if you're getting up and out. No major incidents to report, but just the volume starting to pick up. In your election 2024 coverage, the Republican presidential campaign is heating up as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign 2 days before the New Hampshire primary.
This morning, a candidate for Maryland's U.S. Senate seat is pushing for term limits, including himself, David Trone, if he's elected. We have live team coverage for you this morning on the national races to right here at home.
Starting with Megan Gillen, former President Donald Trump set to hold another campaign event in central New Hampshire tonight as he is continuing his surge in the polls. She's joining us from the Live Center with where things stand. Megan.
Things really heating up there, Patrice. Obviously, all eyes on New Hampshire right now as voters. You see it right there, heading to the polls tomorrow to elect their pick in the presidential primary. And on the Republican side, as we mentioned, Trump appears to have just a commanding lead here at this point. Take a look at this. This was over the weekend. You can see thousands of Trump supporters there waiting in lines for hours just for a chance to hear him talk. There were so many people, we hear, guys, that we're told some had to be turned away at the door.
I believe that he wants what's best for the country.
What he accomplished when he was president the first time, he did more than any of the presidents.
I hope that Trump wins. I believe he will.
Well, brand new polling still has Trump winning by double digits in New Hampshire. Right now, Trump holding 50% support. Nikki Haley with 39%. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as we mentioned there, had 6% before announcing that he was ending his presidential campaign yesterday. DeSantis now endorsing Trump, saying it was clear what voters wanted.
Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
Nikki Haley also getting another blow to her campaign from her home state after South Carolina Governor Tim Scott endorsed Trump over the weekend. Senator Scott saying America needs a president that will close the southern border, protect entitlement programs, and reunite the country. Again, that New Hampshire primary, that's tomorrow, followed by South Carolina. That one's set for February 3rd. We're going to keep you posted on everything that's happening in this presidential primary right here from our Live Center. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. In Maryland, Congressman David Trone is running for Maryland's open Senate seat this fall.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with his new People Over Politics proposal. Shannon.
Yeah, and this proposal, Patrice and Tom, calls for some sweeping changes in how Washington works. In fact, Congressman Trone wants to see term limits implemented for Congress, for example, and here's how he thinks that should work.
We suggested that the starting point is 6 terms in the House, 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, 12 years. You can do both of those, but that gives someone enough time to really get into the job, learn the job, move legislation, but not so much time that they age in place.
Do you think you'll face pushback from your own party?
Tremendous pushback, absolute pushback, and that's all right. What it is, it is. They're wrong on the issue. We need fresh blood, fresh people, fresh ideas, and we can't have someone there for 30, 40 years in the same seat running for 85 years old and running for re-election. Is that crazy? That's crazy.
Now, the term limits don't stop at Congress. In fact, Trone says he wants a finite number of years for the court as well. And under his proposal, 2 justices would be appointed for 9 different cycles. And then on top of that, he also wants to expand the number of members of the House of Representatives.
So our proposal is jump from 435 right away to 585. 150 increase the number of folks out there based on population around the country, and then readjust things as you go every census, every decade.
Now, some of these changes would require a constitutional amendment, but Trone believes, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, that there is an appetite for these changes. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
Continuing coverage this morning, there's more frustration over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan, as some residents say they are not getting their fair share of input. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a look into why one Baltimore resident says the city should revisit the plan. Taylor.
Well, simply because they're not being utilized at the magnitude we had thought and hoped they would when we voted on this and decided to implement this plan years ago. Now, at the most recent city council meeting, Felicia Rashad, councilwoman, raising the issue of the research that's gone into the project. She says that despite the hefty price tag for it, researchers are just now starting to look at how many bikers actually utilize those lanes.
They're following this model of if you build it, they will come. I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for our members of our communities.
Transportation officials insist their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan approved more than a decade ago. And that plan, they say, requires community input, yet some residents insist they have not had that opportunity. We'll continue to follow these concerns as City Council continues to review the research leading up to this plan. Back to you.
Former Mayor Jack Young signed off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago, but now says he regrets that decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes across the city, as are city residents who say they were never consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities.
Nearly $10,000 spent on one cross-country trip. In our next hour, we discuss how excess spending, just like it, continues to be an issue in Baltimore.
The Ravens are set to square off against the Chiefs at M&T Bank Stadium this Sunday, but will the weather hold up? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your AFC Championship weather in his full forecast. 7:39 is the time. 7:42 now, and we want to get another check of your forecast.
Yeah, remember hats, gloves, and mittens today, but then what? We're talking about shorts by the end of the week?
Yeah, potentially, guys. I mean, our temps are going to go way up. It will be way different than where we are right now, by some 40 to 50 degrees warmer than our current temperatures. But you can see that snow that is still out there from our Towson camera. The sun is now up, and we're going to have a lot less wind today, but you'll still need to bundle up before you head out this morning and have those sunglasses ready to go. No need for the umbrella today. Later this week, we do have rain on the way as well. And, you know, on the exercise front outside, probably not the best idea, only because those roads and sidewalks and trails are still pretty icy, but it'll be in the teens and 20s, whatever you're doing, if you're getting out for a dog walk this morning as well. Back with your full forecast in a few.
Help the planet by preventing waste and enjoy food for half the price or even less. In our 9 o'clock hour, the app that is making it possible.
I am working too hard, you know, to allow you guys to do this to us.
Business owners pushed to a breaking point. Like tenants at one shopping center were told they cannot pay for increased security despite an uptick in retail thefts and
.46 making headlines this morning. In Fresno, California, one small business owner says she's had enough of her property manager not listening to her about safety concerns.
Mayra Franco with our Sinclair sister station in Fresno explains why she's not the only business owner having issues as other tenants gather to address the changes they want to see.
Multiple business owners here share with me they fear for their safety in this plaza. They tell me they even pay for security, and still that's not enough.
Hired-on security guards make rounds a few times a week at the Northern Village Shopping Center of Herndon and First in Fresno, yet break-ins like this still happen. Plywood now covers a broken window at Central Valley Medical Uniforms. The owner says she's had enough after thieves stole roughly around $3,500 worth of merchandise early Thursday morning. That's not including the cost of replacing the window her insurance doesn't cover.
I'm at a wit's end at this point, and having the break-in, you know, just really took it to the next level. And I'm like, okay, I am working too hard, you know, to allow you guys to do this to us. You know, something needs to happen, or eventually I won't have a business.
And she says she is not the only one who has been a victim of crime, witnessed a crime, or feared for their safety due to issues related to homeless people in the area too. She says they constantly walk into shops and one physically attacked her employee. It has now gotten to the point where she and other tenants have offered to pay their property management, LS Capital Incorporated, based out of Southern California, more to have security around 7 days a week. But she says management told her it's too expensive, even though Rios and others are willing to foot the bill.
We didn't have a problem with that, you know, and I think, you know, being ignored is, I guess, you know, the biggest issue that I have.
Other tenants are now rallying behind her.
With the vandalism that's going on with the AC units here, like, I'm fearful that, you know, I could be next. So I have to stand firm with other business owners here and show our solidarity here that, you know, we need help.
I just want management to at least do something and like acknowledge or help us.
Well, I hope to see the landlord care about us.
This can't just all be on us. You know, we're small business owners, and you're just taking every last dollar from us. It's just not right.
Fox 26 News reached out to LS Capital Incorporated for comment. We have not heard back from them at this time. In North Fresno, Myra Franco.
7:49 is the time on this Monday morning, and it is really, really cold when you step out.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the numbers.
Yeah, and did they paint the Ravens thing right there on the at Fed Hill?
No, they didn't. You missed out. Well, they did. They painted in front of City Hall. They painted a couple other places. They had lots of locations.
Cars.
Some got canceled because of all the white paint, as you're pointing out there. It's all over the hill.
This is what I was looking at because I was like, okay, well, I wanted to see it, and yeah, there's snow there. A lot of snow. That's a good sledding hill right there. All right, looking outside right now, it is cold and icy for a lot of us. Our temperatures are hanging out in the teens, but the good news is that wind is a big 0. So a lot less wind for today means it's not going to feel as bad when you're outside. Thanks to this big old H right here, this ridge of high pressure is why we have radiational cooling. That's why it's allowed our temperatures to drop so much in the overnight hours through the morning time. So next hour, we'll get to about 19 degrees. By noontime, we'll slide to the above freezing category. We made it to 33 yesterday, but sure didn't feel that way. And we'll get to the mid to upper 30s, some of us close to 40 degrees by this afternoon under mostly sunny skies. Checking temperatures in your neighborhood, 34 Westminster and Eldersburg, 33 the Hereford zone, as well as Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about the mid 30s there. Close to 40 in Dundalk, got through Essex and Middle River. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties in those mid to upper 30s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and close to 40 near Annapolis, close to the water. Eastern Shore, my friends there, mid to upper 30s here for Chestertown and Rock Hall, right about 38 in Chester for your high this afternoon. Great day to fly today, pilots. Last couple of days I wanted to get up in the plane, but it was just too crosswindy. But today a lot less wind. Should be VFR all day. Visual flight rules. Should be a great day to fly. Still a little icy in some of those areas around the hangars. All right, here's our future scan. Staying dry for the afternoon. Tomorrow also going to be dry as well. Those clouds will roll in, so it'll be mostly cloudy on Tuesday, and that's ahead of our next weather maker. A few showers late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning of the rain variety. Wednesday afternoon stays dry, but it's Wednesday night into Thursday morning. That's when our next weather maker rolls in, bringing more of those rain showers through most of Thursday afternoon, kind of off and on rain showers as well. And then we're going to warm up ahead of that cold front before we get our temperatures to go back down for the weekend. Just 11 days out until Groundhog Day, 23 days until Valentine's Day, and 4 weeks from today is our next kind of official holiday, President's Day, where some have a 3-day weekend. And looking ahead to that Ravens game on Sunday, it will definitely be warmer than this past weekend's game, right about in the upper 40s and lower 50s. We do have a few scattered rain showers to get through in the morning and then some off and on showers for the afternoon. But overall, check those numbers. We're going to get to the low to mid 60s, so all that snow is going to melt away later this week. Patrice?
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are hearing about an accident reported in Calverton. This is 95 southbound right after the Maryland 200 on the Intercounty Connector, and the traffic there is stop and go. It is backed up for miles, so you're going to want to find an alternate route if you typically head south in that direction.
27 million Americans move every year, but one move is so freaky, they made a movie about it. The historical senator is showing a new thriller, and in the next hour, we'll be speaking with one of the creatives behind the spooky story.
And for the first time since 2012, the Baltimore Ravens are heading to the AFC Championship round. How the team is getting prepared, plus how the flock spans way further than Baltimore City.
Well, in order to warm up this morning, yeah, if you've been outside at all, you're going to need something hot.
I think people at the game on Saturday still trying to thaw out and warm up. So. .55, Baltimore is buzzing with anticipation ahead of Sunday's AFC Championship matchup between the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs.
This morning, some of our viewers have sent us photos of them showing off their Purple Pride Saturday when the Ravens beat the Texans.
Look at them. Ryan sent this photo. He says he came all the way from Cincinnati to watch the Ravens.
Take a look at this one. The flock knows no boundaries. Robin, who lives in Mexico, sent us this photo of her cheering on the big bad birds of Baltimore.
Well, we want to see how you're showing off your Purple Pride ahead of Sunday's big matchup. Scan that QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Ravens announcing tickets for Sunday's AFC Championship game will go on sale tomorrow morning at 10. The game is set for 3 Sunday afternoon right here at M&T Bank.
After the Ravens game, you can watch the NFC Championship game right here on Fox 45. The Detroit Lions and San Francisco 49ers will meet for a spot in Super Bowl 58, and you can catch all the action beginning next Sunday at 6:30 p.m.
Temperatures starting off in the teens this morning, but things will get warmer throughout the week. Are you saying 60s? That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back from the Caribbean, and he brought the heat with him. He's tracking the AFC Championship game weather ahead in his full forecast. 7:57, you're watching.
A violent weekend in Baltimore, putting the city on edge. The frustration being shared as the unrelenting problem of violent crime continues.
A big step toward providing housing to low-income residents in Baltimore. How much housing a pair of bills would provide for those in need of a new home.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 o'clock, and we're taking a live look at M&T Bank Stadium after a weekend full of excitement there that is now rolling into this new week. The Baltimore Ravens moving on to the AFC Championship game, and the level of excitement felt by fans of the flock growing by the minute.
It's crazy.
It's a good week to be a Ravens fan. Good morning on this Monday, January 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. On Saturday, fans bundled up, layer upon layer, hand warmers. Now Sunday, it's going to be a whole different ball game. You can pull a Jason Kelsey on this game.
I was going to say, I heard Justin say maybe shorts. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
And no shirt Kelsey.
No shorts on Sunday. We're talking maybe later this week when we're in the 60s, you can bust those shorts back out. But yeah, Sunday's game will be warmer than this past weekend's game. Towson looking good right now. Lots of sun that is out there. Still that snow on the ground, the snowpack on the ground as well. And temps are cold, guys. We're talking about still hanging out in the teens in the 8 o'clock hour. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 12 degrees, 11 in Rosedale. Essex, Middle River, you're right about 18 and 14 your temp in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Next couple of hours, we'll eventually slide into the 20s and should get near to above freezing by about noontime today. And we're actually going to top out in the upper 30s for the afternoon. We'll drop to the 20s tonight and then mid 40s on the way tomorrow. So that's the beginning of our warming trend. We'll talk about that potential for more precipitation on the way this week and what form that's going to come in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Len Stoller Traffic Network here for you. We are following an incident. This is in Laurel. It's on the BW Parkway, heading southbound between Powder Mill Road and Maryland 198. You can see as a result our live camera there showing some pretty slow traffic, moving but slow through that stretch.
And new this morning, we have some school delays to pass along. Cecil County, Caroline, Kent, Talbot, and Wacomico County schools all 2 hours delayed today because of slick, hazardous road conditions. Make sure you stay with Fox 45 News for the latest on any school delays.
Happening today, a major step toward providing what is titled inclusionary housing to low-income residents. Mayor Brandon Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall. She's got a preview. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Megan, that the mayor plans to be here at City Hall this afternoon to sign these two inclusionary housing bills into law. And we also know that advocates say that this legislation will help Baltimore promote fair and affordable housing across the city. However, we're speaking with a taxpayer advocate who says that might not be entirely the case, and there is more to the story here. So let's take a closer look at each of these bills first. We're going to put some of that information here on your screen. The first is the inclusionary housing for Baltimore City bill, and it would require residential buildings with 20 or more units that receive city subsidies to allocate 10% of those for affordable housing. Now, taxpayer advocate David Williams points out a few problems here. First, he says this could cause other units to be more expensive to make up for the lower rent of the others. He also points out that building anything is a choice, so developers may opt not to build at all, or they may just build buildings with less than 20 units. Now, the second bill being signed into law today could help with this, though. So in the second bill is the high performance inclusionary tax credit, and it would create a tax credit to offset the cost of this. Williams says while this might help, now you have taxpayers subsidizing developers who still may charge more for rent for the other units. So according to the Baltimore Sun, though, the mayor had some financial concerns about the bills before they passed in December, but he maintained support of the vision throughout this process. We know both he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who sponsored the bills, see this legislation as a step toward undoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in the city. And again, the mayor is expected to sign these bills into law today at 1 p.m. here at City Hall. We'll continue to track these bills and just how they may impact you and your tax dollars. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In a city in crisis, a violent weekend in Baltimore has residents on edge after 5 people were killed in the span of a few hours Friday night.
Just after 8 p.m., 3 people were killed in a quadruple shooting in northwest Baltimore.
Then, 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay. One of those victims, a 60-year-old grandmother.
Just people, they have no regard for human life. And it don't matter what you do or what's going on. You could just be walking down the street and just be at the wrong place at the wrong time and lose your life.
The victims' family members are sharing their frustration with Baltimore's unrelenting violence.
Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning with the latest on this tragic story. Taylor.
About a grandmother out on Friday night with her boyfriend, running errands, actually. They stopped off at a bar in South Baltimore. The situation turned deadly. Really just the wrong place at the wrong time. At this point, police are looking for the gunman who killed Mary Lou Schumann. She's one of 2 people who were killed in this double shooting Friday night. Now, the 60-year-old mother of 4, grandmother, leaving a tavern on the 430 block of Pennington Avenue. Now, her daughter and boyfriend sat down with us and shared the moments their grandmother was caught in the crossfire.
I saw a guy walk up pretty quick, and I just heard boom, 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 and just flashes. I saw the muzzle flash. They don't care. It's like they're just shooting in the air, hoping that it hits somebody that they intend to hit.
This double shooting happening along with a quadruple shooting on Friday, all an example of the easy access to guns and the hurdles to rein those problems in. That's something Richard Comorley, the police commissioner, has mentioned as a frustration his department is dealing with. So we'll follow this and the investigation as it continues. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Baltimore has seen more than a dozen homicides this month after ending 2023 with less than 300 murders for the first time in 9 years.
While Mayor Brandon Scout touted his holistic crime approach as a driving force behind the decline, he and others say the work is far from over.
What you hear from us is not a celebratory tone, right? And I know we're out detectives and folks will be working on that issue, but we have to continue to work.
300 plus is an absurd number, and to say we're at 250 some is still pretty bad.
The partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron is leading to a reduction in crime. Baltimore saw a drop in homicides starting this past July when the 2 offices announced 8 defendants pleaded guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. Since then, homicides are down 25%. Non-fatal shootings down 6.5%. $10,000 in city funds spent on a trip, where the funding came from and why the expense is a significant problem.
But first, the flock is flying into the AFC Championship game. What the team is asking from their fans for their biggest game in more than a decade.
Temperatures are in the teens and 20s, but don't you worry, friends. We're going to get those warmer numbers coming later this week. We'll talk about it in your full Weather Authority forecast.
And before we head to break, we've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. There is an incident. This is again Laurel on the BW Parkway heading southbound between Powder Mill Road and Maryland 198, causing some slowdowns. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. The Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Baltimore to face the Ravens this weekend in the AFC Championship game. Let's get over to Tom Rogers with reaction from the team and from Ravens Nation as they're preparing for this final playoff push. Tom.
Let's get right to the dancing. There was a lot of dancing, and I think there's going to be a lot more dancing here. Take a look at this. Yeah, Ravens coaching staff getting in it. This is the locker room dances that's been going on. See number 9, Justin Tucker and Queen right there on the side. Pumping it out. Ravens taking care of business, defeating the Ravens 34-10 last night. The Kansas City Chiefs just narrowly beating the Buffalo Bills 27-24. Barely got it. Setting the stage, though, for the AFC Championship that's going to be happening right here at M&T Bank Stadium. It's the first time in Ravens history Baltimore will host this game, and it will not be easy or cheap, as StubHub tickets we were just looking are now on sale with massive fees added to the above listed ticket price. Kickoff set for 3 o'clock Sunday. This is the Ravens' first appearance in the conference championship since 2012 season, the year they went on to win their second Super Bowl. This team looking to do the same, just 2 wins away, and they're calling on you for help at the bank.
I think the best fans in football, and the way they come out, I don't know what they be on, liquid courage or what, but they get at the top of their lungs, and I love to hear it. So it's definitely playing a big part in us. And I was talking with some of the edge rushers early in the week, and like they really enjoyed even more because like knowing the snap counts is going to be more predictable when it's as loud. So make sure you guys come out loud as crap.
You heard him right there. Ravens Nation responding too. In fact, like this one, Zay Flowers posting yesterday. Is that really what I look like when I'm dancing? When you're headed to the AFC Championship, your rookie year. That's right. Zay Flowers, man, huge play in all of this. And then Ravens fans pouring into Baltimore after the victory right there. They're going out, all cheering on. Jerry Cole posting this one. We also have a couple other ones. This one, yeah, I'm obsessed with it. Bleacher Report Lamar getting his Super Bowl MVP in the same season. There's a lot of MVP. And then, of course, Uncle Grandpa, this dance, this group, you've seen them. They were all around Baltimore doing the dances here, this group. In fact, we even had him on Be More Lifestyle a little bit. But here, wait for him to come in with Kane. He comes in here. He's sitting in the back, Jimmy Seafood. And these videos definitely keep going viral here. And this is one of their older videos. They always are dancing down there at M&T Bank Stadium. So the 6th conference championship for the Ravens, the 6th in a row for the Chiefs. Yep. They did not beat this season. Sunday, they will be the first and the last. Bills kicker, though, remember that, Megan Patrice, he missed. Our kicker, Justin Tucker, does not.
Yeah. I mean, there you have it. They're the favorites now, too, by a field goal.
By exactly 3 points. Yep. I mean, there you go. Come on, Tucker.
Oh, gosh. Here we go. No pressure. The high-tech way to pay coming up in our next hour. How you can start investing in the Ravens or cryptocurrency. But first, thousands of dollars in city money going toward a trustee trip to a public fund summit. We speak with a financial expert about how excess spending on trips like these continues to be an issue. 8:14, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We know taxpayers often fund travel for city employees, but are we getting all of the details? Earlier this month, it was reported that nearly $10,000 was spent by trustees of the employees' retirement system for a trip to a resort in Phoenix, Arizona for a conference. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on why the timing of this approval is the problem. David, good morning. You know, this doesn't seem like an outrageous cost for a conference. What's the issue?
Good morning, Megan. And it's about $10,000. And these costs do add up. But it really is the timing that I'm concerned about, because this spending was approved on January 10th. Now, the trip took place on January 8th and 9th. So this should have been the opposite, right? They should have approved this spending before the travel took place. Mm-hmm. And when you do that, you have more chance for oversight, because if you look at just the plane tickets, you have some folks that flew out at $700, others at $300. Now, Megan, they're flying from the same airport. So there shouldn't be this big of a gap in, the flight costs. So that's a concern. $450 a night for hotels. I mean, this is a lot of money that's being spent. And when the Board of Estimates met on the 10th, they approved the spending retroactively, and there were no questions asked. So what's the precedent you're establishing when you don't even ask questions about the travel and you do it afterwards? So that's the concern.
David, there are rules in place, we know, when it comes to travel. Is timing for the approval one of them? Or, you know, how can this excessive spending happen if there are rules?
Yeah, there are rules in place, and everyone ignores them, because the mayor said, okay, when there's a conference, you send one person, and you need a lot of justification to send more than one person. Now, there are 5 people that went out to Phoenix just a couple of weeks ago. That's a problem. And, you know, again, this adds up, because last summer we saw the Maryland Association of Counties, 17 people from Baltimore City went there, and the taxpayers paid for it. It's almost $30,000. And listen, if the rules aren't followed, what's the ramifications here? And what I would like to see is, okay, let's say the costs are excessive. Well, the city should not reimburse the employees. I mean, if the hotel is expensive and the flights are expensive, you know what that will do, Megan? That will stop them from doing this.
Well,
because if it has, go ahead.
And also reporting it before you go on the trip, trying to get approval before you go, so you know what's going to be paid for and what wouldn't be.
That's right, Megan. And we know that these conferences happen every year. They knew this weeks in advance that they were going. So they could have gotten a really good hotel deal. They could have gotten a cheaper flight. So this isn't like a last-minute thing that they had to spend this at the last minute. Absolutely not. And again, the Board of Estimates has to be more proactive. And again, when the Board of Estimates, like I said, if they don't ask these questions, then why would any public official, you know, not do this over and over again? So it really starts at the top with the mayor down to the Board of Estimates and the City Council.
I understand. All right, David, thanks for shining a light on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It is 8:20 now, and we need to get back over to our meteorologist.
Justin Chambers, back from vacation and bringing some sunshine for us.
Yeah, and warmer temps too, ladies. I'm not bringing it, but I'm just letting you know that it's happening, even though it's very cold right now. Sun is shining behind me from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Nice ridge of high pressure right here is the reason why we're seeing lots of sunshine, and we'll continue to see that trend as we go into the next couple of days. So there's Hank the Bird back here as well. Yeah, he's ready to go. A little hoarse from the week that he had. 21, though, your temp next hour, mid-30s by noontime, and we'll see those numbers climb to the mid to upper 30s for a lot of us across central Maryland this afternoon. 43 is typically where we are. Not going to be near that number for another day or two, but you can see that cold air through the upper Midwest all the way down through the deep south. So it's January, and you can definitely see that across the country. But the good news is our numbers are going up. We'll be the mid to upper 40s into Tuesday and Wednesday, and some low to mid 60s through Thursday and Friday. Those are going to be some of the warmest numbers we've seen in a while. For our future scan today, you can see those snow showers are well to the north of us. We're going to stay dry, and even tomorrow is looking pretty good. You're going to get a little bit more cloud cover on Tuesday afternoon. Late Tuesday night may see a few stray showers roll through, but on Wednesday we're mainly dry as well. And then Wednesday night into Thursday, that's when that rain is going to start. So we'll start to get the wet weather here, and the rain stays with us pretty much most of Thursday, kind of off and on rain showers. You can see that warmer air out ahead of that cold front. Numbers are going to drop back down for the weekend, but not as cold as this past weekend. Shout out to Nicole Bradley. I love this shot of Jake right there doing that downward dog, the stretch, the yawn, all ready to go. So, Nicole, I appreciate that. And what I'm going to ask for now and for the rest of this week, Ravens pet pics. So how do you get your pets dressed up in Ravens gear to get ready for the game on Sunday? So send me those, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Whatever pets you have, get them all suited up in their Ravens gear and we'll be good to go. And actually Sunday will be warmer than this past weekend, but only about 50 degrees. We do have some rain showers, a little bit of a kind of a chilly rain, but not snow and not ice. That's good.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways in our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are getting reports of 3 vehicle incidents in the city. You've got 195 South right before exit 55. That's the camera at the top of your screen, and it shows cars moving through, but you see the backup. They're moving through slowly. You see the police lights there. The bottom right shows police pulled over onto the shoulder. Traffic still getting through, but just incidents to be aware of.
Well, get ready to ski stronger and longer. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the lower body workout that will have you crushing it on the slopes.
At Dignity Place Culinary Training Academy, how you can be a part of it, we'll show you and tell you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Is providing us support.
Mark Clark live at the center with their culinary program and how you can be part of this. Hey, Mark.
How's it going? I'm with April. April's the amazing culinary instructor. April, you have this great program. So you guys just recently graduated a class, right? How many people in the recent class graduation?
We just finished a class. They graduate February 6th.
Awesome.
Right now, they're finished their immersion. That's a part of our 13-week program here. They have an immersion, kind of like an externship, where they go and experience just different types of restaurant-style sites.
I love it.
Yeah, so we graduated, I believe it was 6.
Okay, I love it.
We will be graduating.
And so you take people who have no experience and you give them experience? Is it a mixture, and then maybe some people know some things and come in?
It's definitely a mixture. Sometimes we have people come in and they just want to revitalize their culinary education. And then we have people coming in and they have no idea. They just love food and they say they want to cook and they want to take advantage of this program.
I love it. It's an amazing program we had. We just saw breakfast go out. What's the young lady that was here?
Lakeisha. She graduated at cohort 6. And she loved it here. And a lot of our students that come and experience our 13-week program, they don't want to leave. That's just a part of what the Franciscan Center offers. We offer a comprehensive program. So not only do we care about you graduating, but we also care about that you have life skills. We care about that you're taking this culinary program and we are fulfilling your passion. I
got to wrap it up here. Where we have more, we'll have more with you and more here at the Franciscan Center for this amazing program, guys. And again, I haven't had anything to eat yet, but I'm going to get something.
We don't doubt it. All right, if you want more information about their program, though, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Another GOP presidential candidate out of the race. The top two still remaining ahead of the New Hampshire primary tomorrow, and who new polling has as the current leader.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Victory Monday on this January 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. A lot of purple, and just if you're not into football, you will be, because it's going to be all football all day, every day.
You're either a Ravens fan or a Swiftie, so you're into this no matter what. I mean, it's one of the two.
Yeah,
it's happening.
Glad I'm a Ravens fan. Just say that.
Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. He's looking at the forecast as we inch closer to that game.
Long time since that AFC Championship has been here in Baltimore. 1971, when the Colts defeated the Oakland Raiders and on to that Super Bowl win that season. So, yeah, we're looking at a pretty nice weather, at least considering what we had to deal with on Saturday. If you you were at the game. But our Towson cam right now, we do have that sun that is up. It is still cold this morning. Statewide, a lot of us are in the single digits and teens. 16 in Baltimore City, 23 your temp in Annapolis, 17 currently in North Beach. So on your out and about cast, numbers are going to climb steadily. We'll get to the low and mid 30s by midday today. And actually should top out right about 39. So that number is going to be about 6 or 7 degrees warmer than yesterday. Temps back above freezing. Sun will be up until 5:15 tonight. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. New this morning, we do have some school delays we want to share with you this morning. We've got Cecil, Caroline, Kent, Talbot, and Wycomico County schools. They are all delayed 2 hours because of hazardous road conditions. Stay with Fox 45 News for the latest on school delays.
Well, all eyes are now on New Hampshire. Well, I just went to a commercial, but New Hampshire right now as voters head to the polls tomorrow to elect their pick in the presidential primary. And on the Republican side, former President Donald Trump appears to have a commanding lead. Continuing that, taking a look at this, over the weekend, thousands of Trump supporters waiting in lines for hours just to get a chance to hear him speak. There were so many people that they were told some of them had to be turned away at the door.
I believe that he wants what's best for the country.
What he accomplished when he was president the first time, he did more than anybody, any of the presidents.
I hope that Trump wins. I believe he will.
Brand new polling still has Trump winning by double digits in New Hampshire. Now, right now, Trump holding 50% support, Nikki Haley at 39%. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had 6% and would not have received an electoral vote before he announced he was just ending his presidential campaign yesterday. DeSantis now endorsing Trump, saying it's clear what voters wanted.
Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
Well, you just heard him mention Nikki Haley also getting another blow to her campaign from her home state after South Carolina Senator Tim Scott endorses Trump over the weekend. Senator Scott saying America needs a president that will close the southern border, protect entitlement programs, and reunite the country. Again, New Hampshire primary is tomorrow, followed by South Carolina February 3rd.
Here in Maryland, one congressional candidate, David Trone, is calling for sweeping changes in how the federal government operates. This as he runs for Maryland's open Senate seat coming in this coming fall. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with his new Peoples Over Politics proposal. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Megan, this proposal calls for some sweeping changes in how Washington operates. In fact, Congressman Trone wants to see term limits implemented for Congress, and here's how he thinks this should work.
We've suggested that the starting point is 6 terms in the House, 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, 12 years. You can do both of those, but that gives someone enough time to really get into the job, learn the job, move legislation, but not so much time that they age in place.
Do you think you'll face pushback from your own party?
Tremendous pushback, absolute pushback. And that's all right. What it is, it is. They're wrong on the issue. We need fresh blood, fresh people, fresh ideas. And we can't have someone there for 30, 40 years in the same seat running for 85 years old and running for re-election. Is that crazy? That's crazy.
Now, the term limits, though, don't stop at Congress. In fact, Trone says he wants a finite number of years for the court as well. So under his proposal, 2 justices would be appointed for 9 different cycles. And on top of that, he also wants to expand the number of members of the House of Representatives.
So our proposal is jump from 435 right away to 585. 150 increase the number of folks out there based on population around the country, and then readjust things as you go every census, every decade.
Now, some of these changes would require a constitutional amendment, but Trone believes, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, there is an appetite for that change. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. One of the things Congressman Trone mentioned was term limits. Here in Baltimore City, voters overwhelmingly approved term limits for the mayor, the comptroller, and city council members during the 2022 election. And the bill limits those elected leaders to 2 terms within a 12-year period. Despite the overwhelming support, Councilman Ryan Dorsey introduced a plan that would put the issue back on the ballot this year, but there was never a hearing on that proposal.
Fox 45 is your home for complete coverage of the 2024 election. Stay right here with us on air and at foxbaltimore.com as we continue following the most important races here in Maryland and all across the nation.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
Continuing coverage this morning, more frustration over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan as some residents say they are not getting their fair share of input.
Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning with a look into why one Baltimore resident says the city should revisit its plan.
Well, this last week with the snow and the inclement weather delays, you combined that with congestion caused by some of the bike lanes we've seen go up in Baltimore City. It actually comes as we just had a city council meeting where the research of the bike lanes was probed, and we learned that planners have only now started counting the number of bikers who are actually utilizing those lanes. We spoke with a resident who says that should have been done ahead of time, and it's time to redirect resources.
They're following this model of if you build it, they will come. I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for our members of our communities.
Transportation officials insist that their design of city roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. That plan, they say, required community input, but some residents insist they never had that opportunity. We'll continue to follow these concerns as City Council reviews the proposal as it continues. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thanks, Taylor. Former Mayor Jack Young signing off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago, but now says he regrets that decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes across the city, as are city residents who say they were never consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities.
A new feature is set to be shown at the historic Senator Theater in less than 10 minutes. Its creator joining us with more and a peek at his new series that's set right here in the city of Baltimore.
And Maryland waiting for the day these temperatures tick back up. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long we'll have to wait for that. It is 8:40 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:42 in Maryland is feeling the chill this morning, to put it mildly, waking up to temperatures in the teens and then bundle up accordingly.
But when will we start to feel warmer? We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We're starting to get used to this crazy cold.
Yeah, and that's good because if you don't like it, you don't have to wait much longer as we'll warm up later this week. Thinking about spring training for your O's starting next month, and eventually they'll be back there at the end of March. Big game, obviously, Sunday at the bank. So we're talking about bundling up this morning, keeping the sunglasses with you with no need for the umbrella on your out-the-door cast, but you will need the umbrella later this week as rain is on the way. Upper 30s today, will drop to the 20s tonight and mid-40s tomorrow, so you can really see those warmer numbers starting to trend upward. We'll take a closer look at that, as well as what we can expect for Game Time Sunday in just a few.
Well, it is championship football week here in Baltimore. The events you can check out to show your purple pride. 8:43 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's not a lucky house. Some say it's haunted.
Feels like we're being warned.
Yeah, you just saw just a clip, a part of the new feature, The Haunting of Cottonwood, the perfect venue to watch it this week, the historical senator. And joining us this morning, one of the creative visions behind the film, Johnny Alonso, along with the new series, Rosemary Street.
Yeah, man.
Always great to have you
Tom,
in.
good to see you again.
All right, you've been in Outer Banks, Dawson's Creek, you've been in a lot, but when you look at all the other things you've done, it's a lot of horror, a lot of scary. Why are you nervous about being typecast as just like the villain, the murderer?
No, I always tell people, look, I'd rather be typecast as an actor that's working every day versus being typecast as a not working actor.
Yeah, that's good, making the money.
Thousands of times, man. No, it's been great, man. You know, I keep myself in the industry. You know, my name's wet. It's always there, and you know, being productive, but always moving. I mean, I'm not just working on horror. You know, it's you know, as an actor, you're supposed to be a sponge. You're supposed to take it in, and you're supposed to do as much as you can. And I mean, I enjoy all kinds of acting. I mean, we'll talk about Rosemary Street too. And,
that's what I was going to. I saw Rosemary Street shot here all around Baltimore.
All
so
around
you're
Baltimore.
Shooting now.
Yeah.
4 episodes out, 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah,
I think
we got 3 in the. That's already out. We have. I think this is the week that we're going to be dropping the first one on our site. But as I was telling everybody else here at the studio, we're going to be shooting the next slew of episodes upcoming, in the next month or so.
Yeah.
And if you watch the Ravens game, Parajita Bastola, who sang the national anthem,
Yes.
she's on our show.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, dude, yeah.
But she must have been freezing out there
Dude,
Saturday.
I know, it was super cold in the stadium,
Yeah.
but no, that's a great show, man. My other project that I'm producing also in Baltimore, by Stephen Gilliland, Lowball. And it's a true story from the 80s, late 80s. It's based on a true story. I can't give away anything. But Steven's going to be there. Elena's going to be, also at the premiere. And, of course, Michael McLaren from The Haunting of Cottonwood.
Yeah.
We're all going to be there.
So tell us about The Haunting. I mean, this is at the Senator Theater this week. When can we see it? And
Thursday, bro.
Thursday
at the Senator Theater, January 25th. You can't buy tickets at the door, though. I keep telling people it's a private event, so you have to buy them online. Just go to JohnnyAlonzo.com.
Yeah.
Look at me plugging everything away.
Yeah, come on, dude. That's what you got to do.
That's what you got to do, man. So we had a great premiere the last time I was there. Baltimore really does promote and take care of its own.
Yeah.
This is the hometown. But I'm telling you, man, this movie, The Haunting of Cottonwood, you're going to love it.
Do they change your hair, though, in it?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah, a little bit,
Because you're playing a dad in some things.
Very good. I'm playing a dad with 2 daughters and my wife. Big shout out to my cast, Michelle Procopio, Bailey Bonnick, and of course my favorite, Carson Jean Holly. The film looks amazing. Michael McLaren did a great film, and Michael wants to shoot a movie here. I just introduced him to Baltimore. He wants to shoot a movie called Crawl Space here.
Do you get like a finder's fee for that?
Absolutely. Well, I better.
Look at this.
I better.
Senator Theater Thursday night, and we need to find out. Justin, scary. It's great. That'll warm you up. And Thursday, it's supposed to be actually in the 60s Thursday, so you can wear your shorts to go see.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't see why not.
Speaking of scary, Justin in shorts Thursday, right? Wait, you just got off the cruise. You got some color.
I still, yeah, I do. Thank you. It's my normal glow of being back, and happy to be here with all of you as well. That sun is out right now, and not quite melting things away just yet, but we are going to see temps above freezing later this afternoon and a bit warmer than yesterday as well. Still hanging out in the teens, a little bit of a southwest wind, so it makes it feel like we're about 11 degrees, even though your number officially is 16 in Towson. But the good news is a lot less wind today, thanks to this big ridge of high pressure, keeping us mainly dry up and down the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic, all good. And you can see those temperatures are steadily climbing. We'll get to the mid to upper 30s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Those numbers about 5 or 6 degrees warmer than where we ended up yesterday. So checking the highs in your neighborhood, mid-30s for Westminster and Eldersburg, up into Carroll County, Reisterstown, about 34 today. Mid-30s for Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium. Upper 30s out through Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers for you in Hartford and Cecil counties also in those mid-30s for Aberdeen and Perryman, up into Northeast and Elkton at 35 for today. Checking the temperature tracker, and this is what Tom was talking about. We'll get back to the mid to upper 40s Tuesday and Wednesday. Even that would be nice, but we're going to slide into the low and even mid-60s potentially Thursday and Friday, although it does come with some rain. It will feel a little bit more like a spring rain coming through as we get later into the week. So here's our future scan. We're dry today. Most of tomorrow is going to be dry too. You can notice that we're not tracking any rain. Possibly a few showers late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. It will be mostly cloudy tomorrow. Wednesday is dry for the most part, but again, Wednesday late afternoon into Wednesday night, that's when the next weather maker is going to roll in, and it will all be in the form of rain, and that rain's going to be with us through most of Thursday as well. Just 11 days until Groundhog Day and 23 days out until Valentine's Day. Inside of 7 weeks now for our spring forward, and St. Patty's Day also this year coming on a Sunday. It is a leap year, so we're just 55 days away from Larry. There he is, Leaping Larry. All right, so our 7-day forecast looks like this, friends. We're talking about the rain that's coming in late Wednesday, Thursday, kind of a rainy day for most of the day, and even some leftover showers Friday. It does look to be definitely warmer for the Ravens game Sunday than last week, but a high of only about 50. So if we do get any rain, it'll be kind of the chilly rain, not snow and ice.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see the car's still there in the snow in the median here. Reports of the incident, and this is coming out of Essex, Maryland 702 North, right at Mace Avenue. Camera showing emergency crews on the scene. It's causing a little bit of a slowdown in the red, but you can see tapping your brakes. So mainly the volume, inner and outer loop right near 795 is causing more of a delay. We asked you to show off your purple pride this weekend, and you all delivered. Crystal and Lola watching the Ravens take down Houston home this past Saturday. Both rocking all the blacks there. Nice, looking great right there. The tongue out. That's Lola with the tongue hanging out, looking like she wanted to take the field herself.
I love dog jerseys. Meantime, it looks like, oh my goodness, look at little Mason. He couldn't keep his eyes off the game there, just glued to it. Same goes for the rest of us. Thanks to Lachelle for sending in that adorable photo.
And leading up to this weekend's AFC Championship game, the Ravens once again hosting a number of events. Wednesday, you'll have another chance to get that brand new Ravens eye stencil painted right on your car. They've got a couple different stencils now. That will be from 4 to 8 in Lot N. That's Wednesday. Then Friday, you'll see both the Playoff Purple Friday Caravan and Playoff Rallies. Caravan running Friday morning in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. The rallies in Baltimore that night.
And as for this coming weekend, the Ravens announced tickets for Sunday's AFC Championship game will officially go on sale tomorrow morning at 10. That game again set for 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Now, after the Ravens game, remember, you can watch the NFC Championship game right here on Fox 45. The Detroit Lions and San Francisco 49ers meeting for a spot in Super Bowl 58. You can catch all that action beginning next Sunday at 6:30 p.m.
Well, get ready to hit the slopes. Coming up in our next hour, a lower body workout that will have you shredding powder better than ever before.
Interesting. That'll warm you up.
Yeah, well, and you'll need it definitely, though. If you hit the slopes for a little while, then you need to warm up. Or if you were just out watching the Ravens, you need to warm up.
We need a coffee break. Let's do that right now.
.56 and topping your morning business report, the IRS trying to separate truth from fiction when it comes to recent tax filings asking for one type of credit. A Wall Street Journal report shows that the IRS is swamped with 1 million tax return requests from employers, the pandemic era employee retention tax credit. The agency still has to determine which claims are valid, but in September, they had to freeze processing for those new retention credit claims. This means the last group of claims that are legitimate have not been paid yet. The report says that the fake claims are slowing down the process, which could take months to complete.
The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is recommending visual door plug inspections for another Boeing model following the Alaska Airlines blowout. The agency recommends reviewing Boeing 737-900ER planes, which is used by multiple overseas airlines. The aircraft has many similarities to the model involved in the January 5th mid-air emergency. The FAA says the inspections should focus on mid-exit door plugs. The agency notes the inspection is to ensure an added layer of safety.
This morning, poor winter weather across our country continues to be an issue for air travel. You can see some of the cancellations, these numbers right here. According to FlightAware, we're tracking more than 600 cancellations, 700 delays. Taking a look at just at BWI, we can see 19 flights are being impacted, 11 of those delays. Yesterday, there were more than 400 cancellations, 4,000 delayed flights.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Stress is really an epidemic, and sometimes taking that self-care time can be expensive and hard to schedule in our busy lives. Well, don't sacrifice relaxation. Pulse Max helps you target those aches and pains with an at-home massage. Look how easy this is to use. It's completely portable. There are no cords, so you can use this wherever you go, and I'm always on the go. I love that it has this extender handle. I have really, really tight lower back and back pain, and I can get way down there. No other massager I've ever found can reach this far down my back. This is amazing. It's also just so easy to use. I sometimes get that arm pain. Just anywhere you want to go, it can go. And it's just has that great portable carrying case, so you can pop it in your suitcase if you want. It's great if you work out. It's great if you're on your feet all day or just want to relax. You know, massages are so expensive. Save money and still get a quality massage with Pulse Max. You can give this gift of R&R to the ones you love. And this massager, they will use over and over. I promise you that. Right now, you're not going to believe this, but we're offering 42% off on Pulse Max. So I want you to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It's official. The AFC Championship game is set. The Ravens will host the Kansas City Chiefs this Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Kickoff is at 3 p.m. Baltimore earned their spot with a victory over Houston, and the Chiefs earned theirs with a win over the Bills. Good morning on this Victory Monday, January 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. This is exciting. We've got a big week ahead of us, and the weather leading up to it getting warmer every day.
Which is the good news, but it's a long week to be ready for the next game. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
By the way, we got to find a weather guy in Kansas City and some anchors to maybe do a little bet.
Oh, for sure. I saw Mayor Brandon Scott already did it with the Kansas City mayor, so we got to get the TV people.
Yeah, we definitely got to get that going for us. We want to get some KC barbecue when we win. So, all right, let's take a look outside. Got to get those burnt ends. Those are real good. All right, here's a look at our Towson cam right now. We do have the clouds that are mainly not an issue here. In fact, we've got mainly clear skies with that sun that is out. We still obviously have cold temperatures hanging out in the teens and 20s. Made it up to 27 in Dundalk, but still hanging out in the lower 20s for Essex and Middle River. Right about 22 in Joppatown, 18 in Woodlawn at this hour. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy for the afternoon, and temperatures actually in the above freezing category. We'll take that. Out and about cast next few hours, temperature steadily climbing low to mid 30s as we take you into the midday hour. And we should top out today right about 39. Upper 20s, not as cold tonight, and then mid 40s on the way tomorrow. And that begins a real nice warming trend later this week that's going to melt all of this snow away. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. No major incidents as you look at our live cameras around. We do have a lot of volume on the Beltway here, but no major incidents to tell you about here. Beltway cameras showing some of those backups there.
Happening today, Mayor Brendan Scott is set to sign a pair of bills into law. It is a major step toward providing inclusionary housing for low-income residents.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall with a preview of this. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know Megan and Patrice that the mayor plans to be here at City Hall this afternoon to sign those two inclusionary housing bills into law. And these are bills and legislation that advocates say will help promote fair and affordable housing throughout the city. However, we spoke with a taxpayer advocate who has a different take on this and says there's more to the story here. But first, let's take a closer look at this legislation and what's in it. So the first of the two bills is the inclusionary housing for Baltimore City bill, and it would require residential buildings with 20 or more units that receive city subsidies to allocate 10% of those for affordable housing. Now, taxpayer advocate David Williams points out a few problems here. First, he says this could cause other units to be more expensive to make up for the lower rent of the others, and he also points out that building anything is a choice. So developers may opt not to build at all, or they may just build buildings with less than 20 units. Now, the second bill that's being signed into law today, though, could help with this. In fact, the high performance inclusionary tax credit would create a tax credit to offset the cost of this. But Williams says while this may help, now you have taxpayers subsidizing developers who still may charge more for rent for the other units. Now, according to the Baltimore Sun, the mayor did have some financial concerns about the bills before they passed in December, but he always maintained support of the vision throughout this process. Both he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who sponsored the bills, see this legislation as a step toward undoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in the city. And again, the mayor is expected to sign these two bills into law right here at City Hall at 1 this afternoon. We will continue to track these bills and how your tax dollars are being spent. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
This morning in a city in crisis, residents are waking up on the edge after a violent weekend in Baltimore. 5 people were killed within just a few hours Friday night.
The first incident was a quadruple happening just after 8 p.m. 3 people were killed in Northwest Baltimore. And then 2 hours later, 2 people died in a double shooting in Curtis Bay. One victim was a 60-year-old grandmother.
Just people, they have no regard for human life. And it don't matter what you do or what's going on. You could just be walking down the street and just be at the wrong place at the wrong time and lose your life.
Well, this morning we are hearing from the victims' family members, and they're voicing frustration about Baltimore's unrelenting violence. Taylor Stewart joins us live this morning with the latest on this tragic story. Taylor.
That is right. This is an instance of really being just in the wrong place at the wrong time. This grandmother and her boyfriend were really looking forward to the Ravens game on Saturday. On Friday, they were running errands, stopped by a bar in South Baltimore, caught in the crossfire of a double shooting. Now, police say they're now looking for the gunman who killed Mary Lou Schumann. She was walking down the street from Pennington Avenue on Friday when those shots rang out. Now, according to investigators, they say they're looking for the shooter, but her daughter said her daughter and boyfriend sat down with us and they shared the tense moments of that shooting.
I saw a guy walk up pretty quick and I just heard boom, 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 and just flashes. I saw the muzzle flash.
They don't care. It's like they're just shooting in the air, hoping that it hits somebody that they intend to hit.
Now, this double shooting, along with a quadruple shooting in Northwest Baltimore on Friday, are just the latest examples of gun violence that Commissioner Rich Worley says is an example of the easy access to guns. It's something he says his department is struggling to get a handle on. He admits he's frustrated with it, but we'll continue to follow this investigation as it continues here in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Baltimore to face the Ravens this weekend in the AFC Championship game.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers with how Ravens Nation is preparing for this final playoff push. Tom?
Well, from the professional dancers that are on TikTok that keep spreading all the love around here, that's Uncle Grandpa sitting down there drinking something with his fake cane because he's about to bust up and dance along to the Ravens themselves. Look at this intense coach look right here. Yeah, he is really getting into it. You see that? That's Harbaugh. And then some of his other coaching staff, they're going to start dancing here too. Ravens took care of business this weekend, defeating the Texans 34-10. Last night, Kansas City Chiefs just barely beat out Buffalo Bills 27-24. There was a missed kick, bad frantic pick at the end, a lot like Green Bay versus San Fran and their loss there. Setting the stage for the AFC Championship game that will be right here at M&T Bank Stadium. It's the first time in Ravens history Baltimore will host this game. Ravens are taking on the Chiefs Sunday. Kickoff is at 3. And of course, we're talking about this all weekend long. Ravens' first appearance in the conference championship since 2012 season. That year, they went on to win the Super Bowl. Remember that? That was their second ring. This team looking to do the same, and now just 2 wins away. They're calling on you for help at the bank. Fans, playoff events, though, take this off. There's a whole lot going on here. Car stenciling Wednesday afternoon. Be right outside M&T Bank from 8 to 4 that afternoon. Purple Friday, there is a lot going on. Purple Friday Fuel Up will be from 6 to 10 that morning at Reckless Shepherd Brewing Company in Columbia. That's right, drinking at 6 a.m. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, the playoff Purple Friday Caravan. I was just thinking, Mark Clark's going to be back out at bars Friday morning. That will start at 6:45 and then wrap up around 3 that afternoon. There's the Purple Friday playoff rallies. 4 stops that night will be made in Baltimore just from 6 until 10 that night. For exact times and location, you can have right here this website. That's right, you know it. It's theravens.com. And then there's a whole lot more. If you're looking to go to the game, tickets will be going on sale tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Although if you hit sites like StubHub this morning, you can find some seats. But get ready to pay up and add at least 35% with all those fees that they tacked on. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. 9:08 now. We need another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with how it's shaping up here on this
I have to figure out where to get a purple suit. Because I think
like full, like velour?
Yeah. Like, I mean,
what, does it have to be velour?
No, well, it could be whatever. But I mean, for Purple Friday, I'm like, you know, I got to go big. It's AFC Championship game. Like,
so
it's
we
a home.
get Christopher Schaefer in here. He's come on to do the men's. Maybe.
Remember that Jared guy who used to fill in? He has a purple suit. I bet you I can't fit in his, but he's a little skinny dude. But I don't know. Anyway, I got to figure that out. Our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. Still feeling cold this morning, and there's still snow on the ground. Going to take another couple of days before that snow really starts melting away. We're still hanging out in the teens and single digits statewide. Lower 20s, however, in Bel Air. Baltimore up to 23 right now. 27 in Annapolis. 18 your temp in Laurel. So as you head out the door, you'll still need to bundle up here this morning and through the day today. But sunglasses for sure, with no need for the umbrella. We are tracking some rain later this week, and we'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
Just found one on Amazon for you, by the way. I'm texting it to you now. Well, it is 9:10 here, and we are 1 day away from the New Hampshire primary.
Over the weekend, the shape of the race changed once again with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis dropping out.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell live in Washington this morning with the latest on where things stand on that Republican side. Christine.
Megan and Patrice, hard to believe the GOP presidential primary started with nearly a dozen candidates. Now the field has narrowed to just 2, former President Donald Trump and former South Carolina Governor and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Now, DeSantis announced yesterday he just didn't see a path to the nomination and even endorsed the man who's been calling him names for months, former President Trump, who he called superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. Nikki Haley remains behind in the polls in New Hampshire, but her supporters say, this race is far from over, that New Hampshire voters are more moderate and independent and may surprise us. But even before those votes have been cast in New Hampshire, some are already looking ahead to South Carolina, Haley's home state. She's behind in the polls there as well. And some are predicting without that surprise tomorrow in New Hampshire, the nomination process could wrap up pretty quickly.
All right, we're all watching that for sure. Also in Washington today, Christine, the Biden administration announcing some new steps to expand protections to contraception and abortion access. What's in those details?
Yeah, they want to make no-cost contraceptives more available, also expand contraception to all federal employees. Additionally, the Department of Health and Human Services is now convening a team to enforce what's known as the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, which the Biden administration says requires hospitals to provide emergency abortions in all 50 states. Remember, more than 20 states have already banned or severely limited the practice. Also, today is the 51st anniversary of the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision granting nationwide abortion access. This decision, of course, overturned in 2022. And we expect this issue will be a major focus for President Biden. Today, he's sending Vice President Harris on the road to remind voters where the White House stands. This is the one issue on which Democrats and President Biden consistently win the majority of support. So this is going to be interesting to watch how this plays out. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Christine, thank you.
Frustration is continuing to build over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan. Topping our next half hour, why some residents claim they deserve more of an input than they are being given.
Cryptocurrency is a growing market, but it could be difficult to get involved. After the break, how you can invest and how it differs from other stocks. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. $9.15. Cryptocurrency is a growing market, and yet it can be confusing for those not involved in the tech industry if you're trying to get involved. Chief Analytics Officer of Pioneer Development Group, Christopher Alexander, is joining us this morning to talk about how you can get in on it. Good morning.
Morning.
So let's start with should you, because when this all came out, a few years ago, a lot of money was made and then a lot of money was lost for some folks. Is this something we should be looking at getting into?
This is something that's a very, very volatile currency, cryptocurrency, And I think the general rule of thumb that you hear from financial advisors now is that crypto should be no more than 5% of your entire investment portfolio.
What security do I have in it? We were just talking in the commercial about there is a reason you could have some security in it.
So yeah, just very recently, the SEC approved a exchange-traded fund that people can invest in to buy crypto without actually having to to buy Bitcoin without having to hold it. And it's kind of a SEC seal of approval of sorts for Bitcoin. So if you're worried about it and the government's view of it, you're good there.
Okay.
It's still a very, very volatile place to be.
So how should someone who may be new to it approach adding it as part of their investment portfolio? Because first you got to learn about how it all works and what it is. And that was confusing for me.
Yeah, it's very egalitarian, but also very technical. So the good news is everything's online. You can learn about it to make those decisions. But if you're concerned about all the technical aspects of it, what you can now do is you can pay a fund, BlackRock, Fidelity, there are 11 of them, that will buy the Bitcoin for you and hold it, and you can treat it as an investment that's something you're more familiar with.
And like you said, there are a lot of different places to get it now. And there were, in the beginning, there was maybe one or two, but now a lot of places you can go for this.
There are exchanges. Be careful to work with U.S. exchanges. They're regulated differently from ones globally, and actually you can mine it as well. Not anymore in your home. It's much more energy consuming, but it's very interesting. You can buy it, you can mine it, you can now buy a fund that holds it.
All right, so good to know for people just getting involved. But again, you said not more than how much percent?
5% is the recommended kind of rule of thumb. No more than 5% of your portfolio.
Christopher, thank you. Appreciate it. Hopefully that helps you guys.
Time right now, about 9:18 on your Monday. Back from your weekend. Of course, the excitement there at M&T Bank Stadium on Saturday afternoon, that frigid game. Good news is, looks to be a little bit warmer by the time we get into this upcoming Sunday game. So 23-year temperature right now. We're on our way to the upper 30s with plenty of sunshine today. Less wind as well, and temperatures that will slide the above freezing, or will slide to the above freezing category. We had 33 yesterday, but it definitely felt colder than that with that wind. A lot of the reasons that we're seeing the sunshine is this nice ridge of high pressure up and down the mid-Atlantic and the East Coast, keeping us high and dry for the next couple of days. So if you're out and about there in Fed Hill next hour, we'll get to those mid-20s, and those numbers keep climbing as we head into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Some of us close to about 40 degrees. That will help with some of that snow melt for the afternoon, even into those low to mid-30s at 5 p.m. Sun's still going to be up at 5 o'clock. Doesn't go down until 5:15 this afternoon. Mid to upper 30s across central Maryland, Eastern Shore down to Stevensville, Chestertown, even Easton in those mid to upper 30s. Right about 39 in Baltimore City, 35 in Columbia, close to 40 in D.C., and you may actually see that 40-degree mark reach there in Ocean City for this afternoon. So here's a look at our temperature trend, and notice our temps are climbing back to the 40s tomorrow and Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, look at the 60s that are returning, even though a lot of that will come with some rain showers as we get later into the week. But we're dry today. This is our future scan. Some snow showers well to the north of us coming off of the Great Lakes, but looking good today. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover, and you'll see some showers late tomorrow evening, just a couple of sprinkles here and there, but it's going to be rain. Now, Wednesday's dry as well to start the day. By the time I'd say Wednesday night comes, that's when we'll see a better chance of some widespread rain showers. That warmer air, however, will be in place. So it's all going to be rain. That's going to really help to kind of quicken the snow melt here. And then taking you through late Thursday into early Friday, that rain moves out of here. Overall, could see a few showers for the Ravens game, but it will definitely be warmer this Sunday than what we saw on Saturday. Shout out to Ray Johnston, loves watching the show. That's Remy and Laney, two good-looking doggies right there. They are ready for their spotlight. So, Ray, I appreciate it. And what I want now are Ravens pet picks for the rest of the week. Want to put all those Ravens pet picks on to help cheer on our team in that purple pride. Check those numbers out. I was mid-50s into Saturday. A little colder on Sunday for the Ravens game, but we could see a few showers as well. Temps right about 50 degrees.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network now. As you look at the cameras, no major incidents in the region at this time, despite some volume that was kind of rough earlier. We're starting to see that kind of easing here as we look at some of these shots around the region here this morning. Much better than we saw earlier.
9:20 and trending this morning. You have the chance to give your loved ones, or maybe an ex could be more appropriate, a creepy crawly gift.
With Valentine's Day just over 3 weeks away, some zoos across the U.S. are giving you the chance to name a roach as a gift.
I don't want that as a Valentine. So I'm thinking this is more for somebody you're not fond of. At the Bronx Zoo, you can pay to share your loved one's name with a Madagascar hissing roach. You can give the roach socks that you just saw. You can give stuffed roaches.
Roaches are my weakness. I can't look.
At the San Antonio Zoo, the Crimea Cockroach fundraiser lets exes strike back by naming a roach that will then be gobbled by a zoo animal. The zoo say your loved ones will appreciate the goosebumps. I don't know about that. I would not suggest that.
I have chills. I don't like watching them crawl.
All right. Meanwhile, the Maryland Zoo is taking Valentine's Day celebrations a different way.
Do I want to see? Can I look at this?
You can handle this. Yes. This
Grab
is good.
your gal pals, they say. Head to the Maryland Zoo February 10th and 11th for their annual Galentine's Flamingo. The adult-only event includes animal facts, food, open bar, games, and there are some performances. For more information and tickets, you can head to marylandzoo.org. That'd be fun.
And no roaches.
No roaches.
Congressman David Trone will be vying for Maryland's open Senate seat in the fall. Coming up, the sweeping changes he wants to see in Washington if elected.
And with the Franciscan Center this morning, have you always wanted to be a chef? Have you always wanted to put together a plate like this, a delicious vegan plate? And I just ate a little bit. I'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Grab your spatula, your apron, your spoon, and join the culinary program happening soon.
Mark Clark is at the Franciscan Center. He's got more on their dignity plates.
I always wanted to be a chef.
He's already into it.
Hi, Mark.
All right, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. We are here at the Franciscan Center. Chef April, Chef Derek. I'm full. Chef April, Chef Derek just whipped up a delicious plate for me. And this is what you guys do here. And if someone's watching and wants to be a chef, here's the chance, right?
Yeah, definitely. You want to go to the Dignity Plates, the Franciscan Center website, fill out an application. We're still taking applications for this cohort 9. And just come and just enjoy. We have so much to teach you. We teach classic French techniques. It's a lot of information, but we help you foster that passion for culinary. So
I love it. I love it. And speaking of passion, here's the big dog. You know, this is what you do. You said you love cooking, but you love teaching, instructing more, right?
Yeah, I love cooking, yes. And I love pouring into the lives of anyone that I come in contact with. Maya Angelou said, at our best, we're all teachers. And so I look forward to always pouring into whoever I come in contact with.
I love it.
If I have a gift, it's easy for me to share that.
I like, look at Chef Derek hitting off Maya Angelou. Wow, go ahead, Chef. He's showing off, guys. I can't hear you guys, but let me just say this. I ate this whole plate, but I feel so strong, invigorated. A healthy plate. It really was vegetables and seasons, and it's amazing. So again, guys, here's your chance to be a chef. Come check it out.
Right. Look, if you can finish with a plate like that and eat that, that'd be worth it. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, today we are seeing temperatures above freezing, less wind coming up. We're tracking the next weather maker and when it moves through our region.
And the latest weather maker impacting concerns for bike lanes. We'll tell you about the congestion and traffic backups that were caused this past weekend as residents express more concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. I don't know if you guys heard, there's a football game in Baltimore this weekend coming up.
There?
Sunday.
Oh my gosh, it's so far away. Yeah. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
Taste the excitement, can't you? Yeah, still on Victory Monday, even though they played on Saturday afternoon. Start the divisional round of the playoff weekend, and what a win that was. And yeah, Ravens back at it again Sunday afternoon as the Chefs will be in town. Our Towson Cam, not looking too bad right now. We do have a lot of sunshine that is out there. Our temps are still hanging out in the teens and 20s. A little warmer, actually slid up to 29 for you in Dundalk right now. 21 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Owens Mills. 19 currently for you in Woodlawn. So we're going to get to the upper 30s later today. That'll be warmer than yesterday by at least about 5 or 6 degrees. And those temps back in the above freezing category. Sun's up until 5:15 today. So you can see what's going on with the next 3 days. Our temperatures are trending upward. 45 tomorrow, 47 Wednesday, and could even see some 60s later this week. Vastly different from what we saw over the weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
This morning, we're continuing coverage on frustration that is continuing to build over Baltimore's $73 million bike lane plan.
Some residents say they are not getting their fair share of input. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with a look into why one Baltimore resident says the city should really be revisiting that plan. Taylor.
Well, he's among several residents who are saying they're just not being used enough. Now, last week we had winter weather, delays, congestions, backup. Add to that these additional bike lanes. It's an issue that was raised at City Council just last week by Felicia Porter as she asked why researchers didn't start looking into how many bikers would actually use the lanes until they started this plan. In fact, we just learned that despite the hefty price tag on this initiative, $73 million, they're only now starting to count those numbers.
They're following this model of if you build it, they'll come. I would say maybe let's reconsider where some of them go, but also let's get our priorities straight on, where we can really spend this money to have the best investments and return on investments for our members of our communities.
City planners say this is based on a design that was approved more than a decade ago, and they say it was done with city residents in mind. However, many say they've never been able to provide any input on this. And as we continue to see comments on social media, we can see the concern is growing. We'll continue to follow this update and bring you the very latest. Taylor Stewart, Good Day Baltimore.
Former Mayor Jack Young signed off on a pro-bike lane proposal 5 years ago, but now says he regrets that decision.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. It's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Young is calling for a moratorium on bike lanes across the city, as are city residents who say they were never consulted about the redesign of roads in their communities.
In your election 2024 coverage here in Maryland, Congressman David Trone is running for Maryland's open Senate seat this fall, and he's sharing the changes that he wants to see in Washington if elected.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with his new People Over Politics proposal. Shannon.
Yeah, and this proposal, Patrice and Megan, calls for some sweeping changes in how Washington operates. In fact, Congressman Trone wants to implement term limits for Congress, and here's how he thinks it should work.
We've suggested that the starting point is 6 terms in the House, 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, 12 years. You can do both of those, but that gives someone enough time to really get into the job, learn the job, move legislation, but not so much time that they age in place.
Do you think you'll face pushback from your own party?
Tremendous pushback, absolute pushback. And that's all right. What it is, it is. They're wrong on the issue. We need fresh blood, fresh people, fresh ideas, and we can't have someone there for 30, 40 years in the same seat running for 85 years old and running for re-election. Is that crazy? That's crazy.
Now, the term limits don't stop at Congress, though. Trone says he wants a finite number of years for the court as well. So under his proposal, 2 justices would be appointed for 9 different cycles. And on top of that, he also wants to expand the number of members of the House of Representatives.
So our proposal is jump from 435 right away to 585. 150 increase the number of folks out there based on population around the country, and then readjust things as you go every census, every decade.
So some of these changes would require a constitutional amendment, but Trone believes, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, there is an appetite for that change. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Department giant Macy's rejects a nearly $6 billion proposal to take its store operator private.
Tom Rogers in our live center now with the details unfolding this morning. Tom?
Yeah, 6.8 billion reasons, I guess. Macy's, taking you live to New York City here, right around the corner from the Empire State Building, recently announcing it will cut 5 stores, 2,350 jobs all across the country to make it a more leaner retailer. This just as about an hour ago, we learned it turned down that $5.8 billion stock buyout. Now, none of the stores being closed are in Maryland or Pennsylvania. I checked the list. Their website shows they have more than 500 locations all across the U.S., and including Bloomingdale and Blue Mercury, the makeup storefronts. A financial investment group, Ark House Management, was moving to buy all of Macy's stock in a reset and take it private. The investor company stating the department store was undervalued. Now, they were going to pay $21 a share. And as of this morning, right when the opening bell just started, but the shares for Macy's are hovering right around $17. Macy's board stating they were not given the right full information from the investors, and they were not ready to give full access until they receive more data. Now the 2,350 plus layoffs and 5 store closings will be moving forward. Now, as for, though, the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade, that's a big one. That's still up for grabs. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. The Ravens are one step closer to earning their spot in the biggest football game of the year. One step at a time, though. We're going to talk about the team they need to beat and how our viewers think this game is going to go down.
And today, temperatures are back above freezing, but later this week, rain is on the way. Coming up, we'll let you know if the next weather maker could impact the Ravens game this weekend. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Our guys are going to stay edgy. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but they're determined and they're motivated. And it's going to be a great team coming in here next week. And we're going to have to play our best football. And I promise you that's all these guys are going to be thinking about.
every day. The Flock remains on top with its latest win over the Houston Texans. That win, as well as Kansas City's victory over the Buffalo Bills last night, makes the AFC Championship game set. The Ravens are going to be playing right here in Baltimore once again in just 6 days, hosting the Chiefs. Kickoff 3 p.m. on Sunday. Not only are they playing for the AFC title here, but obviously that means a spot in the biggest football game of the year. According to the Ravens, tickets for Sunday's game will officially go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m.
All right, so when it comes to this weekend's championship game, Fox 45 asks for your thoughts and your predictions, and here's what people are saying. One person said thoughts. It's going to be a wonderfully epic game. Predictions, turnovers will likely decide the outcome. It's a toss-up. Either one can easily win. A lot of people are thinking that. Someone else said Ravens will win, but it'll take years off my life. I think a lot of people think that. Someone else, Jackson, said Ravens 27-20. A lot of people coming out with the scores. They're thinking high scoring. This one 30-20 Ravens. And this one, Paul says 31-17 Ravens. So we're hoping that all of those are right.
But Vegas said Ravens by 3. It's going to be a good one. We'd love to see how you're gearing up for the AFC Championship. So send in your Purple Pride picks. To get started, you can scan that QR code that you see there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla.
Now, after the Ravens game, you can watch the NFC Championship game right here on Fox 45. The Detroit Lions and San Francisco 49ers will meet for a spot in Super Bowl 58. You can catch all the action beginning Sunday at 6:30 p.m.
A nationwide app helping fight food waste and reducing carbon emissions. Coming up, how you can take part and get delicious food right here in Baltimore. It's 9:42 now on Good Day Baltimore. With snow still on the ground from the last winter weather maker ski season, my goodness, in full swing. Perfect. Joining us this morning to prepare us for the intense workout, personal training director for Brick Bodies. We have Jen Wall joining us once again. Always good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And this is ski lovers' delight right now.
Delight. Lots of snow. I love snow. So
until you're sore the next day.
Exactly.
So we're going to do some exercises to get us ready for the slopes.
To get you ready. So the biggest thing with ski injuries is going to be those knees. So we're going to kind of strengthen our quads, hamstrings, and glutes. So with any exercise program, you're going to want to warm up. So dynamically warm up, cardio, 5 to 10 minutes before you get into this strength workout. We're going to start with a squat to an alternating reverse lunge. So you're just going to sit back into those glutes into a squat, and then you're going to take one leg back into a reverse lunge. You can bring that forward, and then bring the other leg back. And again, this is meant to simulate that nice stance as you're kind of coming down the slopes.
Okay. And how often do you do that, or how long?
So you're going to do about 2 to 3 sets. I would start with 10 reps per leg, 20 reps total.
Okay.
Second move is...
And you go right into the next one?
And I would go right into the next one. So the second move is going to be that lateral ski jump. And so this is going to emulate when you're kind of descending down those slopes, so explosive movement. So you're going to kind of jump to the side, and you can kind of give a pause of that leg, and then jump lateral to the other side. And so for people that struggle with that balance mobility, you can just kind of plant that leg first until you get strong enough to kind of lift it on that jump.
Okay. And again, same amount of time?
Same amount of time, about 20 each, whatever, until you get strong. The stronger you get, the more you can kind of up your rep count.
Okay, and generally not in heels?
Generally not in heels.
I'll remember that for the next one. All right, next exercise.
All right, number 3 is going to be that forward lunge with their core rotation. Okay. So our quads are our propellers, so that's what, when we get up that lift, whatever, to kind of get us off, whatever, we're going to come forward. Mm-hmm. And we want our core to always be nice and strong, so you're going to give it a little bit of rotation towards that leg. Take it forward.
And that's the core that's going to help you stay a little stronger down the slopes, too.
Absolutely.
More control.
More control.
Fourth and final.
Fourth is going to be the hip roll. And we're going to do this as a standing hip roll. So this requires a lot of mobility and balance. So I tell people to kind of, it's almost simulated like you're going into like a single leg deadlift. A lot of balance on that leg, and you're going to take that hip and you're going to roll it or rotate it out, down and back down.
That's good for your knee and your ankle too, for that balance.
Or you can simulate that. That is more of an advanced move with a standing fire hydrant.
Okay.
Just getting used to kind of putting that hip out. As our quads kind of go into the hip flexors, we want that area nice and strong.
Very good. And you're going to notice results pretty quickly.
You are. And I would recommend doing this. You could do this every single week, especially during ski season, to kind of get those legs nice and strong.
Some good advice. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And we better do it now, Patrice, because things are warming up.
All right, well, let's look over the Inner Harbor and Towson and 695. Traffic building a little bit there, but today we're finally seeing temperatures back above freezing. And then later this week, we're going to be tracking rain and more mild temperatures. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got all the details about this week's forecast.
And remember, it's still going to be chilly at the game on Sunday, but just not that frigid day that we had on Saturday afternoon for the Ravens game, and probably some rain showers rolling in for the weekend as well. We do have some more rain later this week, but all the snow we see on the ground now, it's going to be gone by the time we get to about Wednesday and Thursday, not only with the rain that's on the way that will help to melt that, but those temperatures that are really going to climb. So we've made it to the lower 20s, 23 officially in Towson. Really no wind to speak of. That's the big change. The fact that today we're not tracking much wind at all. Very calm conditions with as windy as we were the last couple of days. Just did not feel good to be outside. But this nice ridge of high pressure responsible for keeping us high and dry up and down the East Coast and throughout the mid-Atlantic states. So overall, HD radar, you got to go over the Midwest to see any of that winter weather. Chicago up into the Great Lakes region. Hank the Bird, I missed Hank the Bird. I hope he had a good time while I was gone. Yeah, all right, that sounds good. 21 here this hour, but 30s by noon, and we'll be in those mid to upper 30s. Some of us close to 40 degrees for our highs this afternoon. Now, the record, or the average, I should say, is 43 for January 22nd. Most of us still below average, but across Carroll and Baltimore counties, those low to mid and upper 30s are what we're looking at. And in Hartford and Cecil counties, you'll see those low to mid 30s as well for Aberdeen and Perryman up in the Northeast, and Elkton for you on your Monday afternoon. Now, here's what I was talking about. Look at these numbers climbing. Mid to upper 40s tomorrow and Wednesday, low to mid 60s for Thursday. And Friday could top out at 65 degrees. Some of the models have it even warmer than that, but I'm not buying into that as of yet. And then notice those numbers do come back down as we head toward this upcoming weekend. On our future scan, again, staying high and dry today. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover is going to roll in. And then late Tuesday into Wednesday morning, could see a couple of light showers. Most of Wednesday is going to stay dry. That rain is not going to be until Wednesday night and Thursday morning. That's when the next weather maker rolls in and brings the rain showers to the region. Here's your 7-day forecast as we head toward the weekend. As I mentioned, a little bit cooler, but the Ravens game on Sunday, upper 40s, right around near 50 for the high, with a few scattered showers here and there as well.
All right, sounds good. Justin, thank you. Fighting food waste, helping reduce carbon emissions, and saving you money. There is an app that is growing in Baltimore. Senior Public Relations Manager for North America, Sarah Soderoff, is joining us with more on the app. Too good to go. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Patrice. Thank you for having me.
All right, so one of our crew uses this app and raves about it. So explain what it does.
Yeah, so we connect businesses, any food selling business. So it can be something like a restaurant or a grocery store. It can even be, a corner store that has different types of food items at different points throughout the day. And they put their food onto the app. Consumers can then go on the app and reserve it. And you're typically getting about 1/3 or 50% off the original price. So you're getting great food at a super great discount. The business can then recoup what would otherwise be lost revenue that they would have to lose by throwing that food away. And consumers can get great food. Everyone can then do their part for helping to reduce the impacts of food waste on the environment.
That is so cool. So the person who does that here is a college student. So it's perfect for people like that, always trying to save a buck. But still, I mean, they're getting great meals from these restaurants. And again, like you said, the restaurants don't now have to throw it out.
Yeah, it can be anything. So if you think of maybe like a bakery in the morning, they'll have bagels and muffins and things like that. And then by noon or so, they know, okay, we're not probably going to sell through any more of those breakfast items. So they might put it on the app. They're still perfectly great to eat. They're most of the time, made fresh that day. And so it's just a way for them to be able to ensure that that food doesn't go to waste. And then also ensure that they're not having to, lose money on things they've already paid for.
How many different restaurants are we talking about participating in this Baltimore area?
Yeah, so we launched in Baltimore about 1.5 years ago, and we have almost 200 partners so far, which is awesome, but we're always growing. So if you are a food selling business and you've not yet joined or you're just hearing about us, just go to toogoodtogo.com. You can sign up today. It's super easy. As a business owner, you pick the time of day that you have people come and pick up food from the store. You pick the value of the bag that you'll be putting on there. You can have different categories, so it works really well if you have maybe baked goods and then prepared foods later in the day, even things like juices, snacks, specialty items. So it really works with your system. You don't have to do anything else. It's on an app, so you don't even have to download a new program.
I mean, what an awesome concept. I mean, I think that's great. And I did ask her, this is not something you can DoorDash or Uber Eats. You need to go and pick it up, but for that price, I mean, you can't beat that.
Yeah, you have to physically go in, and there's a pickup window that the store decides upon. So that's usually, when they're not having a huge rush of people come through the store. The great thing about it, though, too, is, and I use it all the time when I'm traveling to new cities or if I'm going to a new part of my city, because that allows me to try out new businesses. And maybe I've seen them and walked by, and this is a really low barrier to entry way to do that. I also love doing it if I'm going to someone's house, and then I can pick up a bunch of food, and then you look like the hero because you brought a ton of great food.
I like all of it. I like all of it. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, today we're talking about less wind, temperatures above freezing. All that sounds good. Later this week, rain is on the way. But what about your Ravens championship game forecast? We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, who will give us that in his 10-day forecast just ahead.